What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, August 27, 2026, and we are back at Schiphol Airport. Kaagbaan, runway 06. Primary runway for arrivals with wind blowing from the east, and I can finally fill in the rest of the ticker. We have runway 27 as outbound runway together with the Polderbaan. Wasn't too sure, did see something take off from 27 earlier, but I wasn't sure if they kept it open, so I'm going to fill that in the ticker right away. The grebes, the baby grebes are still here. They're still loud and wanting food. There's one. There's the other. Now, upon arrival, I saw a 747 with its tail pointing in our direction. If you look closely, you see it's Nippon Cargo, and it also looks like it's at the dentist. Its beak is open. So that's probably going to be leaving somewhere in the upcoming hours. I'm not sure when exactly, but there is a good chance that we might see it cross the runway if we look in the right direction at the right time. Very good morning to all who have joined. Marja, goedenavond. Good to see you again. Jackie, goedemorgen. Buddy, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Floris, goedemorgen. Honda, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Martin, morgen. Stefan, goedemorgen, good morning. Piotrek, goedemorgen, good morning. Jace, good morning. Vero, goedemorgen. Me, myself, goedemorgen. Ramon, goedemorgen. Andy, good morning, mate. Home Sparrows, goedemorgen, good morning. It's nice to see the size comparison of the airplane and people. They're loading it up, both from the front and from the side. The airplane that we saw landing just now was Turkish Airlines Flight 1951, by the way, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey, A330-200. And our first Delta A330 is flying base and is going to turn final shortly, arriving from Atlanta, Delta Airlines Flight 74. We've got interesting stuff underway. Thursdays are always good days for 747s, but also the A340 is a bit delayed, and that's good news for us. Have a look with me on Flight Radar. The first 747 is already approaching from the east and will be here in less than half an hour from now. Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. Here's the SLM A340, expected now at around 11:30. It's been a long time since I think we saw it up close. Can't remember when it was. Just west of Ireland, another 747 expected before the Suriname 11:10, so an hour or so after the Cargolux from Nairobi. And there's another Cargolux arriving from Miami that should be here before noon. Not sure until when this stream is going to last. There might be rain coming this way. The forecasts differ in whether or not it's going to rain, the intensity, the duration. I'm prepared for a bit of drizzle, but if it's going to get really nasty, I will have to abort prematurely. We'll see. Emirates also on the way, expected shortly before 2. I'm not sure if we'll still be here by then, but before noon, these are all coming in. I'd say that's quite a good lineup, particularly for a Thursday. In the meantime, good morning to all who have joined. BBQ Donkey, good morning. Fritz, guten Morgen. Han, goedemorgen, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Mr. Mika, good morning. Martin B, goedemorgen, good morning. JP Kraus, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Temperatures here are moderate. The wind is moderate too. The wind is blowing from the, well, eastish, northeastish. It's more or less from over there. In other words, pretty much headwind for the airplanes landing here on 06. It's also the reason that 27 is probably now open as secondary. It's interesting, 0927 is going to close for maintenance, I read, from next week Monday. I think it was for a week if I remember correctly, but it's interesting because last year it was closed for half a year or so due to major maintenance. And apparently still not enough, or they need to redo something, or already they need more maintenance. Grebe links in zebra livery. If you're wondering what you're hearing, that's what's causing all the squeaking that you hear in the background. In the meantime, also a membership anniversary. Anaconda, aka Flores, is celebrating 31 months of membership, 31 months of enjoyment. Definitely need to come by, he writes in Dutch. You're more than welcome, mate, if the weather is going to cooperate, because I'm not sure how many streams I'm going to be able to do, for instance, in this upcoming weekend. I think today is the most favorable day weather-wise, with showers and thunderstorms expected, I think, on all days of the upcoming weekend, including tomorrow. Well, no, I thought maybe tomorrow might also be a good day still in the morning. Anyway, Delta Airlines, flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, A330-300. At any rate, congratulations and thank you so much, Flores, for your 31 months of support as a member. Reversers being deployed there. Now I'm assuming that if you are a member for 31 months, or have been, I should say, that the membership is still to your satisfaction, but if it isn't, do let me know. And I'm looking forward to our next physical face-to-face encounter. Baby grebes. Now you might be wondering, boy, are there other birds already in the water visible? I haven't looked yet, but looking around now, I don't see that many. I think the parent grebes are over there. Or is this a coot? Oh yeah, well there you go. Chris Coot is also there. Hey, and yeah, no, that's one of, I think that's one of the parent grebes of these two. Now, the side canal usually harbors a few more birds. Is that something over there? Hard to see. Hard to see. It's still early. Maybe they have to work. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, it's the duck, the greblings, Chris Coot, and the parent grebes for the time being that we can see in the water over here. It's a calm beginning of the day. Delta Airlines flight 56, arrival from Salt Lake City, is going to be the next arrival here, and it's still, well, I think somewhere over there, over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Still has to get on land, so to speak. But it will not be long before we'll get to see it again. Super Zero, good morning. Robert, good morning. Tuning in from the Philippines. Navid, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Flight TV, goedemorgen. Flight TV says, congratulations with your 101st stream. Is that so? Is this the 101st stream? I think that with almost 4 years in the pocket, I'd have done quite a few more than 100. 101. Dare I say, I'm not sure that that math is correct. Charlie Brown tuning in from Orlando. Morning, mate. Welcome back. Blackburst, goedemorgen. Good to see ya. Alex NZCHC, good morning or good evening to you probably. I'm assuming that the NZ stands for New Zealand in your case. Bobbers, good morning, good to see you again. Well, who else is there? Chris Wilson, morning. Marianne, goedemorgen. Marianne is celebrating 32 months of membership. Jackie is celebrating 38. Not my age, I am afraid, says Jackie. 32 months already. Time flies, says Marianne. Well, thank you both, Marianne and Jackie, for your long-standing support. 32, 38, that's both of those numbers are not small, particularly not if you consider those are months. I thank you both so much for your long-lasting support, and to both of you I say, I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your satisfaction. I also hope, and I say that to Jackie, that the modding is still to your satisfaction. Thank you so much for both of those things, the support as a member and also being a very valued moderator. And Marianne, a very valued member. Always a pleasure to have you in our chat, and I hope you both will keep coming back for a long time to come, even if you guys were to decide that the membership for whatever reason was no longer for you. There's construction taking place over there. I saw an excavator, or, well, now that I look closer, there are more. And a big, particularly now that you see an excavator right next to it, you can see just how tall that heap of rubble is. It doesn't look like sand, does it? It looks like I'm not sure. Was there a building there before? Did they take down the building, and are these the remnants, the dusty remnants? Hard to see. John is also back, Groucho Kent is too. Raymond also, Raymond Road tuning in from Australia, more than underrepresentation, welcome one and all. Hey, and Liewe is also back, goedemorgen Liewe, good to see you. Hope all is well, mate. Miss Wolf's also back, good to see you too. Hope all is well on your end. Now, Liewe is also celebrating a membership anniversary, and he has crossed into the double digits, beginning with a 4 from now on, 40 plus months already. Let me do a quick calculation. That's 3 years is 36. That's 3 years and 4 months already. Incredible. Thank you so much, Liewe, for your long-lasting support. And also thank you for everything you've been doing ever since you became a moderator, a very valued moderator, I might add. I've brought the wedding gift from you and your wife from a few years ago. I brought it along just in case we might get some rain as an additional protection for the equipment. It serves me well still, particularly on warm days. It helps to keep the equipment cool. That's I think what is it's doing best. But I think it can also hold off some rain. It even has, let me switch to manual focus, if the camera is able to pick up on it. It's picking up on the grass in the background. Ah, there you go. It even has, I think, a factor 50 protection against the sun. That's for if you attach it to a foldable chair and are sitting below it in the shade. Liewe, thank you so much for your long-lasting support as a member, and also thank you for being a very valued moderator. It's good to have you back. I hope everything is well on your end. Ronald, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Ah, the what used to be Dinata terrain. Well, there you go. Rubble that needs to be removed. That's probably why the excavators are there. Ronnie, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Zere, good morning. It's starting to get a bit more busy if you look in the airspace surrounding Schiphol Airport. We began relatively calmly, but things are looking to pick up now. You can see another approach in the background. That is most likely KLM flight 644 arriving from New York JFK. Delta Airlines flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City in Utah. This is an A330neo. How much butter do you want? Yes. Absolutely lovely. Hey Peter, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. John, good evening or good afternoon. Tuning in from a stormy Hong Kong. Not much sleep last night. Is it so bad? Here on the news we saw yesterday what happened in Nepal and Tibet. But apparently it's also there's also poor weather in other parts of Asia. Hope it's not too bad on your end, John. They've closed its beak, haven't they? Yeah, they have. Does that mean it's going to be taking off pretty soon? I hope it does. We'll see soon enough. John McKenzie is also celebrating 31 months of membership. The membership anniversary highlighted message pops, but apparently it doesn't come along with, there is no accompanying message that comes along with it. That's okay. Thank you so much for your long-lasting support, John. Congratulations on 31 months. That's 36, that's minus 5, so that's 12 minus 5, 7. 2 years and 7 months already. Trying to do the math, calculate how many years and months the number of months are. Good exercise to wake up the brain in the morning. KLM flight 1402 arriving from Paris. Anyway, thank you so much for your long-lasting support, John, and congratulations on 31 months. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your satisfaction, but if it isn't, do let me know what you feel needs to change, and let me see what I can do to make it better for you and the other members. Jeff also back in the chat, as is Al Mustafa. Good morning, lads. Hans, goedemorgen. Romeo, goedemorgen. Right. Quick turn back. KLM flight 644 arrived from New York JFK already. Here on final 787-10 Dreamliner. Let's see, it's 10:04. What time did the first 747, was it expected to arrive here? It's probably pretty close by already. Oh yeah, I can see it on flight radar. East of Schiphol, flying towards Lelystad still. And seems that all the airplanes arriving from the east are directed north of the airfield on their downwind leg. So that gives us a good opportunity to have a look at it when it flies left of me, looking the way the camera is oriented right now. Hey, you're welcome, Jeff. You are most welcome. Well, Nippon Cargo, its beak was open initially, it's now closed. Another wide body, 2 airplanes from now. The first airplane landing next here on runway 06 is going to be Ryanair flight 420, which is returning from Dublin. Bobber's mate, thank you so much. You really didn't have to super chat. Coffee and boys banter, great way to start the day. Great to start the day. I hope it is. I hope it will be. The battery is full, that's for sure. Also use the battery for other purposes sometimes, and yeah, last time I forgot to charge it, stupid. So we set off with, well, it only goes in increments, in 20% increments, so it's either 100, 80, 60, 40 or 20% or empty. We started the stream with a 60% full battery. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Rookie mistake. I strive not to make the same mistake twice. It has happened before. But the other time it happened, which was a while ago, was after streaming, and this time I used the power supply for something other than streaming. So that's the takeaway message, the take-home message. Make sure the thing is fully charged if you've used it. Here are the greeblings. For the time being quiet, which is quite remarkable because they have been making quite a lot of noise here since I arrived here. Still in zebra livery. They look so radically different from what they look at like when they are fully grown. Quite remarkable. Absolutely lovely. Mark Lansteen also back. The Hague representing. Good to see you, mate. Hopo as well. KLM Flight 618, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, up next. 6 hours, 7 minutes, the flight time thus far. This is Fuck B, Papa Hotel, Alpha Kilo Bravo. That's an A330-300, 14 years old. First flight was in February 2012. What is up, Nicholas? Good morning. Denny says that the CKC should be pushed back for Miami in half an hour. That would be something, wouldn't it? Nice little something to look forward to. Now, where is the Cargolux? It's not too far from Amsterdam. And what's its altitude? 7,000 feet. I think we ought to be able to see it then. If only I know where exactly to point the camera. I'm scanning the sky as we speak, looking over the camera. It ought to be somewhere over there. I think I have it. I think I have it. Yep, that's it, alright. Found it. Jerome B, goedemorgen, good morning. Marijke, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi and introduce yourself. It's not mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated. If you're new to Schiphol Airport, new to AMS Live, new to the Netherlands, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Quite a few people are watching. Together we know a lot. We'll happily try to answer your questions. No such thing as a stupid question. Just say the answers. That's almost guaranteed here with this crowd, but that's what you sign up for if you stay here to view the streams. Hey Inimini, goedemorgen. So, where's the 747 right now? You might wonder, in the local sky. There it is. It's coming this way. And everybody's on arrival, on final here for the Kaagbaan. KLM Flight 1352, Embraer 190 arrived from Prague, that's what you're hearing. Next will be an SAS A320neo arriving from Stockholm. Tijmen, goedemorgen. Stephen Archer, good morning. Stephen is tuning in from South Africa. You can see I needed to look down to my Stream Deck to find the right button for the sound effect. I immediately lost the airplane. It's also during moments like these that I am so focused on looking at what I'm filming to keep it as stable as possible that I'm not seeing what's happening in the live chat. Now my phone is also attached to the back of my camera. Most of you might already know, or if you have ever come visit me in real life, you'll have seen it. It means that if the camera is pointing up, my phone is pointing down. That's also a moment where I am unable to see what is happening in the live chat. SS Flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm, A320neo. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Ricardo is warning me in Dutch for very heavy thunderstorms and hail and gusts of wind tonight. Yeah, thank you for the warning, Ricardo. I'm not so concerned about myself. It's more Lisa that I'm concerned about, who has to work late today and always cycles a few hundred meters to the bus stop to get on. Hope it's not going to be too severe by the time she is done with work and needs to get back home. Otherwise, I will have to pick her up. Very dangerous. Cycling outside, walking outside during thunder showers. It should be good here. Although there were a few predictions, buienradar among others, that did say that later in the morning there was supposed to be an area of rain coming this way. But from what I could see this morning, it was still in Belgium. It wasn't moving northwards so quickly. It also seemed to dissipate a little and dissolve as it was moving north. So to what extent we're going to get rain here in the morning or early afternoon remains to be seen. But yeah, things are going to get a bit more heavy here in the evening. At least that's what every forecast is saying. Air oink oink! Air oink oink arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. Hey Maxime, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Borger Buggin, good morning. Rory, good morning. EJ Entertainment, good morning. Augurkjes. Pickles. I love that you guys, quite a few of you have usernames with food items processed in it. Frozen French fries. Pickles. Now, burgers and pickles go well together. Not too sure about French fries and or fries in general. Don't want to make people mad who say those fries should be Belgian fries. Florida says the buienradar is now clear, apart from some drizzle at around 11:30, 45-ish. Will last for around 20 minutes though. Whoa! Let's see. Those extrapolations, the number of times I cancelled things that I wanted to do because of buienradar extrapolations that afterwards didn't come true are numerous. I'm a bit skeptical of buienradar's extrapolations. Particularly when it comes to showers, it's hard for these models, these weather models, to forecast them accurately. John Salt is here to add a little condiment to the food. Well, without you, it would be a very bland stream, so thank you for joining, John. Your contribution is very much appreciated. And that 747 is approaching the glide slope. I wonder if we're able to see it already. I think we are. I think I see it. I think this is it. Yeah, it is. That's it, all right. Hey Arjan, goedemorgen man. Perfect timing, you're just in time for the first 747 of the show. Cargolux flight 492, which is arriving from Nairobi, the capital of Kenya, which is a country in Africa. In the meantime, Hawk 4174 just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Hawk, welcome to the family, mate. Thank you for your vote of confidence. And congratulations on the membership. You can now use our 34 custom emojis to your heart's desire. They don't come with restrictions, so make sure to have fun with them, get creative with them. But by all means, do use them. They're there to be had fun with. If you need to know where stuff is in the lounge, ask around because many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. Hawk 4174, our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome, mate. Hadi Yuri, goedemorgen man. Good to see ya. Well, lovely 2-airplane glide slope shot here with KLM 1930, arriving from Geneva on the right. That's number 190, and obviously a 747-400 Cargolux flight 492 on the left. The Cargolux has been flying for 8 hours and 21 minutes thus far to get here. The Lima X-ray W, so that's Whiskey Charlie. They say that's toilet. WC, that's the Dutch abbreviation for toilet. The bathroom. If you ever see a sign WC, WC, that's the bathroom in the Netherlands. So Whiskey Charlie Victor are the 3 last letters of the registration. A 19-year-old machine which began flying in July 2007. Jackie has to go back to work and needs to go back into the background. Thank you for joining in the foreground, mate. Thank you for joining in the foreground, Jackie, and see you in the next one. M. Huegi is tuning in from Switzerland. Welcome, bienvenue. Herzlich willkommen. Sardi, what is up, mate? Sardi is coming in with a bang, gifting 10 memberships no less. Mate, what are you doing? You really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much though. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to the 10 new members who just received a gifted membership from Sardi. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you to him. Enjoy the custom emojis, have fun with them. You can use custom emojis as a way to say thanks to the gifter. Sardi, mate, thank you so much for your incredible generosity. You didn't have to do it, but you went ahead and did it anyway. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to the new members. Does this airplane have a smile? It does. Have a look. A smirky smile. Yes, I'm the pretty queen, and she knows it. Gorgeous whistle, Rolls-Royce engines, very unique sound. Screaming. I agree, Brandon. We want to hear that again. Go around, damn it. Ah, they didn't. They didn't go around. Such a shame. German Monster, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Good to see you again, mate. Perfect timing. Ah, that sound. Hey, are you guys seeing what I am seeing? Or at least not seeing what I am not seeing? That mobile radar, that drone radar that was here before, no longer seems to be here. It seems they're rotating its location. It was at the Polderbaan a while back, then it was here. I wonder where they've brought it to next. Queenie is turning and will give us a long distance headshot in a few moments. Are there more birds over there? Is that a duck? Or is that a coot? think it might be a Koet. Yeah, and the remainder of the birds that we see are still the Griep family that was here before. Peter Piekert, goedemorgen. Twan, goedemorgen. E2 Embraer with a E2 whistle. Gear turbofan whistle, I should say more rather. KLM flight 1772 you heard just now, arriving from Berlin. It's not too warm yet, and that is good news for us because it means that there's not much distortion yet. It is set to get warmer as the day progresses, with temperatures up to 28 Celsius here and there. I think probably more land inward and more to the south than here in the coastal regions, but it is expected to warm up a bit more as the day is going to progress despite the cloudiness. So this is relatively good seeing, as they call it in astronomy and astrophotography. Not too much distortion of the atmosphere. In the meantime, Davy Melis is also back in the chat representing Belgium. And he is celebrating because he is now the owner of a yellow badge. Have a look at it. 6 months of membership. Woohoo, new badge, he writes. Mate, thank you so much for your long-lasting support. The first 6 months are in the pocket, and that means a new badge for you for the upcoming half year. Hope that everything in the lounge is still to your satisfaction. It's always a pleasure to have you in our chat. I hope you'll keep coming back for a long time to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Air Arabia Morocco up next, arriving from Nador, which is in Morocco in the north of. Outbound from runway 27. Yeah, kill him. Was that an E2? Might be. Might have been. Cargolux. And who's its company? Turkish? Suparna? MPS? And I assume that's the CKC that we see, the KLM 747 tail. The CKC that Danny alluded to earlier. Here, of course, NCA Nippon Cargo. We have a person on the elevator, escalator, elevator. Whatchamacallit? What's the proper name in English for that platform that goes up? Is that a lift? Is it an elevator? Does it have a different name? Can't get rid of me, says Davy. Now, that's something I don't even want, mate. Denny says that Bezoek Bus has updated and is indicating that from 1 o'clock ops changing to southerly arrivals, with the possibility that it will happen at 11:30 already. Daarom A320. No, huh? Yeah? Daarom with an A320, my flight radar seems to be a bit lagging. Right. Is it stuck? Let me see. What happens if I turn off the Wi-Fi and connect to the internet via 5G? Oh yeah. So once again, having some issues with the stability of flight radar over Wi-Fi. Hope that the stream is still functional. Last few times this happened, the stream remained stable. So I hope it's going to continue like that. Let's turn back for KLM flight 598, arriving from Cape Town in South Africa, 777-300 Huh? Was that an Opel? It is. Alright, well. So much for KLM or Schiphol having a deal with VW. The other day we saw one of the pickup trucks, and that was the bird control pickup trucks, one of the new ones, K2. That was, what was it again? Toyota Hilux. Gary Grebe diving under, carrying a little fishy. In the meantime, Marijke Groenland is celebrating 13 months of membership. I've never had a relationship this long, she writes. Well, congratulations on 13 months of membership, Marijke. Thank you so much for your long-lasting support. It's always a great pleasure to have you in our chat, and I hope everything in the lounge is still to your satisfaction. Even if you were to decide not to stay on as a member, I hope you'll keep coming back to enjoy us with your company for a long time to come. 777 landed just now. Another 777 just now took off from runway 27 by the looks of it. And turning southerly already. Scissor high loader. Scissor high loader. There you go. John Logan also back in the chat. Sardi super chatting at John Logan and at Maria. What legends! Woohoo! Now, Sardi, I'm very appreciative of your appreciation for your compatriots, and for Maria, I am very appreciative of them too. But you really don't have to use super chats to get your feelings across, mate. Thank you so much, though. As Sardi continues, mods are awesome. Love your work. Well done, mate. You don't have to super chat those messages. It is much appreciated, but it isn't necessary. I'll give you that. I do agree thoroughly with your statements, though. I am Boy, and I condone these messages. I approve these messages. Toyota Hilux, says Boy, indeed. Yeah. Lovely to see. A bit of change. So they still have the VW. That used to be K1. Or at least last time I checked. The VW that used to be K1 now serves as K5, and K2 has been replaced, or at least one of the Raptors, the Ranger Raptors, has been replaced with a Toyota Hilux. Have you already driven them, Boy? And what do you think of them, of it? And how does it compare to the Ranger, the Raptor Ranger? Steve, good morning. Just got in from work and looking forward to your show. Well, welcome, mate. Good to have you. Hope all is well. So the sun is shining. The clouds are a bit too thin for us to be able to look at the sun's surface to see if there are sunspots present. There often are, not always. With the right density, you can use the clouds as a sort of solar filter and see whether or not the sun has spots. Maybe later. I'll keep an eye on it. Not too long, not too intently. I don't want to get blinded as well. I'm already half deaf. Danny says Pegasus and ETA crossing into Dutch airspace from Germany to Polderbaan. Interesting stuff already happening. Yeah, that means that Polderbaan is secondary for inbound. Kaagbaan primary inbound. And it might be that they then, what do they usually do when it comes to outbound peak? 27 primary. I think maybe they are going to be using the Kaagbaan, the Polderbaan as secondary for both forms of traffic. Keep 06 as primary inbound. Oh shoot, I've written 27 in the... I've written 27 in the ticker. That needs to be 09, of course. Haha. Jesus. Just realized I made a mistake. Made a mistake there. It's not 27, it's 09. And if they are going to use 18 right for inbound, I think they will keep using 36 left for outbound, arrivals 06, and then 18 right. That's it, right? I think so. Yeah, that should be it. Air Arabia Maroc arriving from Tangier up next. Sardi, thank you so much for your kind words, mate. Much appreciated. I'm happy to hear you're enjoying the shows. I hope everybody is, of course. Right. So, traffic from the east, starting with ITA Airways flight 108. Is going to the Polderbaan. We are lucky. We are very, very, very lucky because Vietnam Airlines is still coming to the Polderbaan by the looks of it. Is that it? That's not it, is it? Or is it? Or is this the yeah, no, it's the Transavia preceding it. Okido. So then this must be the A350. Vietnam A350 arriving from Hanoi. Last of the airplanes arriving from the east that is still assigned to Kaagbaan 06. Croatia A220 with the geared turbofan whistle. Interesting that Air Canada 808 is also going to the Polderbaan, according to Danny. That is a bit odd, since that is arriving from the west, and from what it looked like initially, it was looking like the Polderbaan was going to be catering to traffic arriving from the east. Might be a one-off exception. And there's also a bizjet on final to 36 right, or at least on the glide slope. It might do a breakaway landing to 04. Aeroways MCK311 arriving from Sion. Sion? Interesting. Hey Michael, what is up? Good morning. Right. It's one of those days. It's one of those runway roulette days again. Right, that was Caleb at 741, arriving for Cartagena in Colombia. Vietnam, in the meantime, passing by right next to me. Vietnam A350 coming this way. Lucky break, because behind it, everything arriving from the east is now assigned to Kaagbaan. This one is coming for 06 still. Let's see if we can catch a glimpse of the bizzer. Now, where's that? Come on. I'm not turning blind, am I? Huh? Jesus. Well, impossible to find. This is a bit easier to see. WestJet flight 70 arriving from Halifax, Canada, MAX 8737. Jack Hendricks tuning in from Vlissingen. Goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. WestJet, flight 70, arriving from Halifax, Canada. Yeah, well. Air Canada flight 808 allegedly is going to the Kaagbaan. Is that so? It looks like it's following Delta Airlines flight 162, which now is turning southerly to come to runway 06. EasyJet up next. After EasyJet, we'll have United with a Dreamliner arriving from San Francisco. There it is. EasyJet flight 28674 arriving from Gatwick, A320 Neorio. So, any news about the CKC, which should be getting pushed back sometime soon, or at least on paper. Air Canada still assigned to Polder, says Flores. Interesting. That is quite interesting. Is there anything behind it? Korenon is probably coming this way. Hey, Batsy, what is up, mate? Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan, runway 06, primary for inbound for the time being. I do feel the wind still coming from behind, and the proxy windsock here, the flag also seems to indicate that airplanes landing here on Kaagbaan still have primarily headwind and are flying into the direction of the wind, into the wind. Kaagbaan seems to have opened up as secondary for inbound now. Hey, what is up? Rick Meester also back in the chat and celebrating 40 months of membership as well. Lewa did earlier, and now Rick is celebrating 40 months of membership. 3 years and 4 months. Incredible. How are you, Rick? Good to see you, mate. Handsome man entering the chat. How have you been, mate? Congratulations on 40 months, mate. And thank you so much for the long-lasting support. And thank you for everything you've been doing as a mod too. A very valued moderator from the beginning, already there. Rick Meester. Always a pleasure to have you in our midst. And I hope you'll find more time to come join us going forward. Air Canada is turning northerly now, so it is coming to Polderbaan. It is going to Polderbaan, I should say. Quite odd. Quite odd. And Sardi is also happy. The Brissy Bandino, Butsy in the house, boy. Woohoo! Is that so? Is Butsy the Brissy Bandino? Bandito? What gave you that nickname? Makes me wonder. Makes me wonder. All's well on my end as well, Rick. All's well here as well. Katarina Lucci, good morning. Eversteria, good morning. Emery, good morning. KLM 321 Neo. With a camera cabin in the back. That was KLM flight 1268, arriving from Copenhagen. And Butsy says, shout out to the Townsville Terror, aka Sardi. Jesus, do all of you guys have nicknames? I am curious now to the story behind those nicknames. The Townsville Terror, aka Sardi. Well, thank you lads for your super chats. You guys don't have to use super chats to get those messages across. You guys know that, right? You can already see the A350 on the left in the background, Vietnam, being preceded by a Transavia A321neo, which is arriving from Verona in Italy. I'm going to leave that for what it is and keep the camera focused on Vietnam Airlines flight 83. A350 arriving from Hanoi. 11 hours and 6 minutes are underway. Registration Victor November Alpha 888. An airplane 10 years old already. First flight was in September 2015. What is up, Jurk? Good to see ya. Martin R, goedemorgen man. Good to see ya. Katarina Lucci F1, the sneaky Sydney tourist. You! Says Sardi. Oh man. Mate, thank you for the super chat. I love those nicknames. Keep them coming. Who else is there from down under who has a special nickname? Hey! What's happening over there in the background? Is that Iberia? Iberia going out of the glide slope? I think, yeah, Iberia is going out of the glide slope. Okay. Do they need more spatial separation between Vietnam and Delta? I'm not sure what happened there. Is anybody listening to ATC and has anybody heard the reason for Iberia changing course? Peter, goedemorgen man. The beste streamer, boy, top. Mate, thank you for your kind words. Thank you for your super chat as well. You didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across, mate. Thank you so much though. The best streamer. Even if you don't know how to read Dutch or don't understand Dutch, you'll probably understand if you know English. Oh, and the sun is shining, illuminating the livery. Lovely. Looks so good with the sun illuminating it. Vietnam having arrived. The first A350 of the show, I think, as well. Peter, thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you so much for your super chat. Whether or not I am the best streamer, it's debatable. There's some stiff competition out there, but I do my best, and I'm happy to hear you are enjoying it. John Logan says, what are these nicknames you talk of? Shout out to Sardie and Butsy. Well, you guys came up with them. I do enjoy them. I wonder if they are real or just made up, just so you guys can have something fun to put in a super chat. Either way, thank you so much for your super chat as well, John. Thank you, Katarina Lucci as well. Sardie, missing a Kurt view. My nickname is actually Post Lady Cat, remember? Post Lady Cat. Guys, stop with the super chats. You don't have to chat with one another using super chats. Absolutely not necessary. Thank you so much though. I do appreciate the generosity, but it isn't necessary. Thank you so much though. Delta Airlines is approaching from behind, and Nippon is still there. It had its beak open. It was at the dentist before. All the hatches now seem to have closed, or is there still something open at the front? Oh yeah, front door still seems to be open, but I don't think that's a cargo door, that's just a passenger door. Cormorant over here, going for a landing on the parallel runway, the water runway. Going back for Delta Airlines Flight 162. Has anybody heard what happened with Iberia that caused them to turn out of the glide slope? Super Zero says you should see a Lufty 747 above you any moment. Where's it coming from? I'm not seeing anything yet. The sky is a bit milky here, so I do need to know where I need to look to see where it's coming from. Hey, Lisa de Buizer is also back in the chat. Member for 26 months. I am a 26-month-old AMS Live toddler. Oh dear. Oh dear. I hope that doesn't get me into trouble with YouTube, because this channel's content specifically is not intended for children. Maybe you should better stay away from this chat then, Lisa. This isn't for you as a toddler. This is grown-up. This is grown-up material. Congratulations on 26 months, Lisa. It's always a pleasure to have you in the chat. Hope you'll keep coming back for a long time to come. Raymond is explaining that the banter has been going on for a long time between Sardie and Butsy. I know they have been added in my chat here as well for a long time. I do wonder where the nicknames come from. They are nice. They are witty. K3 is here as well. That's still a Raptor Ranger. K2 has been renewed. That's now a Toyota Hilux, which brings the bird control vehicle assortment to 4. You have a van, H1, which I think is a VW van. Then there are 3 more Ranger Raptors left. There were 4. One of them was replaced by the Toyota Hilux. That's now K2. And there was still and still is a VW pickup truck in service. It used to be K1, now it is K5. Is that the CKC having been pushed back? I think it might be. Now we also still have Nippon standing here. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Here's Transavia. So we have flight 5474 arriving from Mayon with mayonnaise. It's back to the wide bodies. The Iberia that vacated that cleared the glide slope is now number 2 for arrival. What's up, Euro Aviation TV? Goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Lance, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well, all things considered. Werner, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Schön, dass du uns heute wieder einen tollen Stream bietet. Gern geschehen, mate. Gern geschehen. And Sardi once again. Super chatting. Katarina Lucci, the mascot postmaster. John and Annette, the perfect plane spotters. Mario the Magnificent. The Butsy is always the bandito. Boy, the brilliant. Mate, you're just alliterating. That's called an alliteration, isn't it? B the B, L the L, M the M. Oh. Rubber band malfunction. Then he says that Nippon's estimated time of departure is 12:45 from 09 to Milan. Pelto, good afternoon. And Yuri, thank you so much for your kind words and for your super chat. I am super happy with the live streams and the great quality. Even if I don't hardly speak or understand any English, I enjoy it a lot. Continue the way you have been, he writes in Dutch. Well, mate, dankjewel. Thank you so much. Dankjewel voor de aardige woorden, for the kind words. If you don't understand what I'm saying, don't be afraid to ask what I was saying. We have a KLM 747 that is going to cross the runway in a moment. Let me quickly see if I can get me a spare rubber band. To fix my malfunctioning one. KLM Cargo is coming and is going to cross the runway pretty soon. Let me see if I can fixate the... There we go. Problem solved for the time being. Okay, the cargo has to wait Iberia, but it's... Well, can we call this a second attempt? I'm not sure. It didn't really make a first attempt at landing it. It bailed out of the glide slope rather early. For reasons to me still unknown. Now, we're eagerly awaiting the crossing of the runway of this KLM Cargo 747. Corendon with the second A350 of the show is about to turn final, just north of Leiden. Should be coming this way. In the meantime, Jörg went ahead, gifted memberships, 10 of them no less. Thank you so much for your generosity, Jörg, aka JD aus Düsseldorf. I hope that everybody who just received a gifted membership from you has already said thank you or will still do so. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, I say to the new members. Have fun with the custom emojis, 34 of them. You can use them whatever way you want. They don't come with restrictions. Have fun with them. Don't forget to say thank you to the gifter, aka JD. You can do that by using the custom emojis as a way to say thanks. Jörg, thank you so much, mate. You didn't have to gift gift memberships, but you did it anyway. I thank you for that, and I hope that the recipients will too. E2 Embraer 195. Returning from Brussels, a short flight, less than half an hour usually. Just a tad under half an hour. Really a short flight. but apparently always filled to the brim, these airplanes. Malky also back in the chat. Sardi also gifting memberships. Mate, what are you doing? Thank you so much for your generosity. 10 new memberships, 10 new members courtesy of Sardi. Mate, thank you so much. I hope that everybody who just received a gifted membership from you will still say thank you or has already said thank you. I'm not going to shut up because I need to cue the music. You know what's coming next, guys. Here we go. Combo shot. There we go. KLM Cargo, the CKC, having crossed runway 06 right in time before the Corendon World to Fly A350 arrival from Willemstad, Curaçao is going to land here. There it is. Slightly crabbing. That does remind me that I haven't updated the ticker with respect to the meter recently, so let me do that as we speak. It was CAVOK before, it is still CAVOK. Temperature has risen to 21 degrees Celsius. The wind is 10 knots from 080 degree. Martin also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Here's the latest weather report in the ticker. So the wind is coming in from 080. That's mostly headwind, just a little bit of crosswind from the right for the airplane's landing. That means that the nose is pointed a bit more in our direction. Second A350 of the show. And in the meantime, a massive big thanks to Bus Fair, who is celebrating 15 months of membership. That's a year and 3 months in the pocket. May, thank you so much for your support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your satisfaction. If it isn't, speak up, let me know what you feel needs to change and I'll see what I can do to make it better. World to Fly Corendon. Not the gentlest of landings, but still. Not too bad either. 9 hours and 10 minutes it was on the way to get here. This is the ECNZF, 3 years old, first flight May 2023. Right, let's see, 747 number 2 is underway and is still flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire, but it's approaching rather quickly. A quick update of the status quo over here, looking in the direction of the glide slope. That's the southwest. It's cloudy, but the clouds are more high up. There are still openings here and there, looking to the west. This is looking to the north. Right now, the east seems to be darkest, although in the south there the cloudiness also seems to be a bit more dense. Does it look like it's going to rain anytime soon? Not yet, though of course it is a bit darker than other quadrants of the sky are right now. Whether or not it is going to rain here later in the morning still remains to be seen. I thought Flores said that Bijradar said that we might have 20 minutes of drizzle between 11:30 and 1:45 noon. That's pretty quick already. What's the picture looking like? Oh, my tiki ticker. Hello, hello. Oui, oui. Hawk has to go. Thank you so much for joining, mate. Hope to see you in the next one. And Isabella Levine, Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Isabella just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. I welcome you. You're very welcome. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Thank you for the support. You are now eligible to use all the 34 custom emojis that members have at their disposal. So make sure to have fun with them, get creative with them. They don't come with any restrictions. You're free to use them as often as you want and whatever way you want. So the more creative you get with them, the more fun they'll get. If you need to know where stuff is in the lounge, ask around Isabella. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. Isabella Levine just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome, mate. Florida says, still a very light drizzle around that time. Does KNMI, the Dutch Met Office, does their radar also indicate that there is rain south of me? Usually I feel that Bijenradar is overreacting often, showing rain when the Dutch Met Office doesn't show any rain on the radar. We'll see. We're still looking at the tail of, or the back end of Nippon Cargo, which is expected to leave later in the upcoming hours. KLM Flight 696 is next to land here. That's an A330-300 arriving from Toronto. Fuck F. Is it fuck F or fuck off? I'm not sure how to pronounce the abbreviation, the registration properly. It's probably fuck off. Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Foxtrot. Fuck off. Yeah, it sounds right, doesn't it? I think it sounds right. Coming in from Toronto, Canada, 6 hours 53 minutes on the way already. 900 feet is its current altitude and it's still descending. It's 11 years old already. First flight was in October 2014. Okay, thank you for looking that up for us. KNMI has the same drizzle approaching. Drizzle shizzle. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Earlier this morning, it was looking like the drizzle was decreasing in severity. It was dissolving as it was moving north. Does it still look like that? Because if it still has to come a bit further north and is going to dissipate even more, question is what remains of that drizzle when it comes, when it arrives here. Right, after this we are going to get the second 747 of the show, Atlas Air, arriving from Miami. You can see it's leaning in against the wind a little. Still, and there's the nose gear touchdown. Yuri unfortunately has to go. Thank you so much for joining, mate. Hope to see you again in the next one. Right, let us turn back, have a look and see if we can find the second 747 of the show, Atlas Air Flight 5561, which is arriving from Miami, Florida. There it is already, you can see it approaching. Atlas Air, 7 hours and 50 minutes on the way as we speak. The November 453 Papa Alpha, 25-year-old machine, first flight August 2001. No airplanes in front of it. This is the next arrival here on the Kaagbaan. Hoi, goeiedag. Long time no see.
Ja, long time no see.
Hoe is het dan?
Goed hoor, goed hoor.
Ik heb jou al in geen maanden meer gezien, volgens mij.
Ik had het druk met school en stage zoeken en dat soort dingen. Dus druk.
Jemig. Nou, is het intussen wat rustiger in je leven?
Ja, nu wel. Straks niet meer.
Straks niet meer?
Straks met KLM stage.
Hey, cool. Wanneer begint dat?
Volgende week maandag.
Volgende week maandag? Oei.
Dus
Dus vroeg. Evelyn has returned, ladies and gentlemen. Long time no see. Guess who's back? And she's going to start with an internship at KLM next week, Monday. How long is the internship going to take? 4 months? Until the end of the calendar year, more or less?
Yeah.
Cool. What will you be working on?
Baggage.
Baggage? Really?
I'm not going to be seeing the sun for 9 weeks.
Jesus. You have to go to a tanning salon to get your vitamin D up regulated. or supplement the tablets.
Yeah.
Hey, perfect timing, just in time. Queen number 2 is going to be landing here. We already had a cargo log 747 arriving from Nairobi. And there is another one underway, which I'm not sure where it is right now. It's still... Oh, it's over Ireland still. What's its estimated time of arrival? That's currently in 1 hour and 5 minutes. So 1:10-ish, 1:15-ish. Hope it's not going to rain substantially. We might get some drizzle, people are saying.
Fine.
Between 11:30.
What are we, made of sugar?
I am made of sugar. I'm made of sugar, and my equipment is too.
You brought an umbrella.
Yeah, that's right. I did bring an umbrella just to make sure we're staying dry, and I do also have a personal umbrella with me, so we should be good. I like to over exaggerate a little.
Reasonable.
I'm not theatrical at all, but I do like to be a bit theatrical at times. Hey, Paul is also back in the chat, as is Marissa. Welcome to you both. Perfect timing, guys. Perfect timing indeed. Lance congratulates you on the KLM internship.
Thank you.
And she says thank you in case you didn't hear. Alan also back in the chat. What up? Perfect timing, guys. You guys are all just in time to see the second 747 of the show. Let's look and listen. Atlas Air arriving from Miami. 25-year-old machine already. First flight August 2001. It doesn't sound as good as the one with the Rolls-Royce engines now, does it? Oh, but the reversers do sound lovely. Ah, Marissa was already here, but enjoying Lurker's Lounge today. Well, enjoy, Marissa. Always something to nitpick about. But it doesn't sound as good as the Rolls-Royce engines. Oh, bit of a wobble. Seems that there is a bit of unevenness in the tarmac over there.
How about a BizJet?
Oh yeah. BizJet, well sighted. Now it's going to land on 36 right, or is it going to break away? It's going to break away, yeah. Looks like it's... Or? Yeah, no, it's breaking away. It's breaking away, alright. It's going to land on 04. There you go. And away it is. Right, that was Atlas and the BizJet. Next up, KLM flight 1030, arriving from Chester. That's an Embraer 175. As that is approaching, let us have a quick look to see what is going on. First of all, a visualization of the weather, starting with the Meet Our TAF website. This is now the current wind situation, and as you can see, it's mostly headwind with a little bit of crosswind from the right, though there is a wide variety in the direction of the wind, relatively speaking. But it's 10 knots of headwind for the airplanes landing on this runway. Temperatures climbing 22 Celsius, just a tad under or around 75 Fahrenheit. Cavalcade still means that ceiling and visibility are okay. It's cloudy, but the clouds are higher up and aren't hindering. The A340 Suriname. That's the next Quad Squad member. It's flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire and is expected to be here in 20 or so minutes. Quite lovely to see. Cargolux is still underway as well, also coming in from Miami. Emirates is now delaying even more and expected at around 2. Transavia Retro is coming for Amsterdam, but will not arrive here before 3 p.m. That's too late for us, unfortunately. But the SLM A340-600 is going to be next here in around 20 minutes. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more coming. And if it doesn't get too rainy, we are going to catch them all. Provided that the runway stays open for arrivals, but I think it will. The Kaagbaan is acting as secondary runway for arrivals right now. I wonder if it's going to become the secondary runway for outbound traffic as well. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Real CM, good morning. Veronique, good morning. Klaartje, goedemorgen. Gary, good morning. Now, we missed the Embraer 175, KLM flight 1030 arriving from Chester. I do apologize. I know Embraer 175s are a rarity here at Schiphol Airport and you definitely wanted to see that landing. Now, coincidentally, and this is pure coincidence, this is very lucky, but here is another Embraer 175. Looks to become the next arrival here on runway 06. It's KLM flight 1056, arriving from Norwich. Rick has to sign off again. Hold on. Rick says, I really hope to be able to go over there again sometime soon. Well, let me know when you have plans to come over. Let's see if we can work out another face-to-face meeting. I hope that the weather, yeah, Rick. I hope the weather will be good enough, because looks like it is going to get pretty nasty in the upcoming, at least in the upcoming week. I think also after the weekend, not that great. Yep. Evelyn heard engines starting up, and that is correct. GE90s. There is a Turkish cargo triple getting pushed back. It's probably already starting one of its engines. I think it might be the KLM 74. Yeah, it is. It is. That's the CKC flying out of here. Hadi Roy, goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Next up, KLM flight 1056 arriving from Norwich, number 175. It's going to be followed by KLM flight... Where is it? There it is. Still less visible than I thought it was going to be. KLM flight 1406 arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, Paris. 737-700. Gertin and Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Welcome to the show, everybody. Now, it's 11:15. That means we still have another 25 or so minutes. With 2 runways for inbound traffic open. I wonder what's going to happen. Which runway is going to open up as secondary runway for outbound traffic? Atlas is ready to cross the runway. And it's beginning to move. Big thunderstorm now forming over Antwerp, says Danny. That doesn't bode well. We are going to see the crossing of Atlas Air first. lovely crossing of the 747 there just now. Danny says it looked like Polderbaan is secondary for both inbound and outbound. I thought it was going to be like that. Means that Polderbaan is going to have quite a few moments where they will have to wait if people are watching our plane spotting over there. Those switches. Those switches between inbound and outbound traffic always take some time. They need to check the runway, and you can only go in one direction on the majority of the path. The taxiway between the Polderbaan area and the main platform area means that if there are still planes that are inbound, that they have to go and get through first before planes going out can move. In Atlas. Turning in already. Let's see, there's a Delta A330 that just turned downwind. I'm trying to see if I can spot it. I'm pretty sure I ought to be able to see it. If only I knew where exactly to point the camera. It's always a bit challenging. On some days you can see the airplane right away, and on other days it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Delta Airlines 242 should be flying over there somewhere. I do think I see it now. Yeah, there it is. No, that's not it. Oh, that's the E2 Embraer behind it. Okay, well. Missing the big airplane, but I'm able to catch the small airplane. There you go. Alright, what is up next? This is KLM flight 1070 arriving from Southampton. Another Embraer 175. Wow. You do hardly ever see them here at Schiphol Airport. Now all of a sudden there were 3, 2 of which I filmed for you guys. Hey, and a parallel departure, Air France, A320. Oui, oui, omelette du fromage, à bientôt, merci beaucoup, vin rouge. Marissa has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Marissa. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you again in the next one, hopefully. A777. Turkish cargo still has to cross the runway at some point. Any updates yet on when Nippon is going to be leaving? I forgot what its estimated time of departure was. Was it 1:45? Now looking to the south, it does look a bit more dark than it did before. It does look a little like maybe a few droplets might fall out of those clouds. Whether or not that's going to happen, we'll have to see. Time will tell. Here we have German Airways, the Herpa Derpa Derpa, 75 years, special livery, arriving from Luxembourg. And a weather warning on my phone, Buiradar, warning us that from 11:50 it's going to rain lightly in the vicinity. Alright then. Begs the question, what does it look like? Let's see. Now crouching behind the laptop to try to open up the website. Stuck. Let me see, reconnecting. That does work, does it? Doesn't it? All right. The bigger sibling of the Embraer 175, the Embraer 190, also quite a rarity here at Schiphol Airport. Hardly ever do you see them, and I almost missed it, yeah. Jeez Louise, what were you doing? Well, trying to get the internet connection working again, so that I can show you what is coming this way. The build is not where we are. Let's go to Schiphol. Schiphol Airport. Here we go. This is the past hour. And the slightest of drizzle is coming, but it also seems to be dissipating. It doesn't look like it is a very substantial area. It seems like it's even dissolving as it's getting here, so probably not going to amount to a lot. Hey, Wolfgang is also back in the chat. Servus mate, good to see ya. Hope all is well, mate. It does seem that wind is picking up ever so slightly. Another rare Embraer over here. An Embraer 175 arriving from Lyon. Lion. And something big taking off over there. And something big going to cross the runway over here shortly. The music is already cued. Here we go. Are we going to go right away? No, I don't think they are. Yeah, they're holding. Means that Transavia arriving from Olbia is going to be landing here first. And probably next after that, the triple is going to cross the runway. So this is Transavia flight 6916 arriving from Olbia. A321neo. Flight time has been 1 hour and 50 minutes. This is the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Whiskey. 2-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in April 2024. All's well on my end as well, Wolfgang. Thank you for asking. This is still the second to last iteration of the standard livery. The last version has a bit more green in the tail, the engine cowlings, and the font is a bit thicker, more bold. Here we go.
Is he gonna take off from 06? I've never seen that.
Turkish cargo having crossed the runway just in time for KLM flight 954 arriving from Newcastle, E2 Embraer 195 with in its tail, in its wake, Delta Airlines flight 242, the one that I wasn't able to find. After that, the A340-600. Are we able to see it yet? I'm looking for it. There it is. it seems that a girl named Evelyn is celebrating 15 months of membership. What? What? 15 months? It's almost as if I can hear her from where I'm standing. What? Congratulations and thank you so much, Evelyn, for your support. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat, but even more so when you come over in real life.
That's way better.
That's way, way better. Hope you'll keep coming around for a long time to come. Thank you so much for the support as a member as well. No need to be a member, but it's always a pleasure to have you here to see airplanes together in real life.
The best experience.
The best? Well, at least here at Schiphol, the best we can get in the Netherlands, I think. The best a man can get. Right, so we have Delta Airlines flight 242 in the foreground and SLM flight 994 in the background. Siblings, A340, A330, A330neo in the foreground. There is enough spatial separation between the two that we can also film this landing first and still have time, plenty of time to take in the details of the A340. Hey, what is up, Steven? Good to see you, mate. Well, you can hear the reversers. The microphone is still pointed in the direction of the airplane. But the footage already goes back to what is coming next. SLM flight 994, the Suriname A340-600. Long time no see. It's a reunion of sorts with Evelyn for the first time back in real life for a long time, and also for the first time for a long time here in AMS Livestreams at least, the USC operated SLM A340-600. The Dows back in the house pretty soon. The Delta Alpha Uniform Sierra Zulu, 9 hours and 3 minutes on the way, 22 years old. Its first flight was in December 2003. With that quirky middle main gear. I always wonder, is it really necessary? Is that third main gear necessary? It adds quirkiness, obviously, it adds character, if you will, uniqueness. But is it so much heavier that it really needs it? Probably does. Let's look and listen. Obviously, go-rounds are always welcome, but we all know better. Unfortunately, the weather right now is not as sunny as it was on the thumbnail of today's show, but alright, and question mark, reversers? Yes. I'm starting to feel a drizzly droplet. Ooh, no! Well, 2 747s and one A340 in the pocket already. Absolutely lovely to see after such a long time. It has been in the repair shop for a while, hasn't it? It's been flying again for a while now, but it was away for a while as well. Didn't that happen after it had a gear retraction failure that it came back for? We filmed it when it came back, didn't we? I think That was probably one of the last times it flew regularly before going into hibernation for a while. Now, of course, back again for a while already, but, well, due to circumstances, we haven't been able. I think it needs to be delayed on a Thursday. Today's flight was pretty much delayed, and that makes it in time for us to see. Otherwise, it will arrive much earlier. Rajesh says Suriname is watching. Well, I hope you guys saw the landing. It was great to see. That was KLM flight 936 arriving from Glasgow in Scotland, 737-800. You hear squeaking again. That's the greeblings wanting food. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. In zebra livery. Both of them over there. Oh? Am I now feeling more sizable droplets? What? That's not good. In the meantime, Jörg went ahead and started gifting more memberships. 5 gifted memberships by Jörg, aka JD, just now. Mate, thank you so much for your support, for your generosity. You didn't have to do anything. Thank you so much for doing it anyway. I hope that everybody who just received a gifted membership from you is appreciative of it and will say thank you, or has already said thank you. And one welcome to the Aurora Skylines to the new members. Have fun with the custom emojis now at your disposal. Jörg, mate, thank you so much. You didn't have to gift any memberships. You're doing more than enough to support the channel as a long-standing member as it is already. How many people over the past years have received memberships from you? I think it's impossible to count, but a great many. Might even add up to a 3-digit number, a 3-digit figure.
I think I got membership from him like 3 times.
Evelyn alone thinks she already got a membership from you 3 times already. That's just her alone. There you go. Jörg, thank you so much. You really didn't have to. Thank you so much. Incredible. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines to the new members. Sir Greepsalot is having a fishy for breakfast. And we are waiting for KLM flight 972. Next arrival, arriving from Humberside. Let me switch to manual focus again, focus set to infinity. KLM flight 972 is arriving from Humberside, Embraer 190. And what's next after that? Well, KLM flight 924 arrived from Aberdeen. That's an E2 Embraer 195. Still a bit further out. Now, small containers being transported here. Look some. Oh no, are those power supplies? No, that's just a teeny tiny container. Half a TEU? No, wait, it is. It does look like a generator of sorts. We have the lightest of drizzle right now. A few droplets here and there. Nothing that gets you wet. But for me as a carrier of glasses and for you guys as people who watch footage shot through a camera that has a lens in front of it, you may see an occasional droplet appearing until it gets dry again. Qatar is crossing the runway. That means cue the music. Greeblings are singing along. I see that Evan and John Dutch Canadian have also entered the chat. Welcome back, guys. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan, runway 06, primary for inbound. 2 747s have already touched down here, as has the A340. There is another 747 on the way. Should be here within the hour, and yeah, Emirates is running a little late today. Should be here around 2, last time we checked.
We'll see what the weather does.
Yeah, we also have to see what the weather is going to do. For the time being, it's still doable.
Ik keek op buienradar en ik zag dat die onweersbui vanuit Antwerpen deze kant op zou kunnen komen.
Okay, the thunder shower that is forming above Antwerp could potentially come this way. What time will it then arrive over here? What's the current estimation? Thunderstorms and showers is the theme of the upcoming weekend here in the Netherlands. We are going to get.
25, dan is hij ongeveer ten zuidwesten van Schiphol.
Okay.
En dan, ja, precies wanneer die Emirates.
Right. That's so. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I'm not going to risk it. If it's a thunder shower, you don't want to be outside when it's thundering. So maybe that thunder shower that's now forming above Antwerp is arriving here at Schiphol around 1:30, according to the latest estimations.
Hij zit al in Nederland.
It's already in Dutch airspace. No. What runway has it been assigned to? Not ours, I hope. Oh man. Right, we can see that traffic from the east is also being directed to this runway again. That means that the Kaagbaan is now the only runway open for inbound traffic. To Embraer 195 with a whistle. And that's KLM flight 924. That's arrived from Scotland. To be precise, from Edinburgh. We also have a Chinese triple here that arrived here at Schiphol and is going to cross the runway at some point sometime soon. China Southern Cargo. In the meantime, a massive big thanks to John Dutch Canadian, who went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. I say to the 5 new members who just received a gifted membership, if you are the recipient of a gifted membership, don't forget to say thanks to the gifter. You can do that by saying thanks, but also by using custom emojis. I'm going to cue the music now and say once again thanks to John Dutch Canadian for your generosity. You didn't have to gift any memberships, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Hope that everybody who just received one is enjoying it. Will enjoy it, I should say. Howdy Frank, goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Long time no see. Hope you've been well. Triple has crossed the runway in time. Let's turn back. Next arrival, KLM flight 1498. That's arriving from Barcelona. It's an Embraer 190. Another Embraer 190 behind it. And then an A330 from Delta. Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit. And a massive big thanks to Steven, aka Just Plain Nuts, JP, and generous super chat. Chocolate donut holes on sale. I got 2 boxes. Don't get me started on donuts, mate. I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm starting to get peckish now. Chocolate donut holes, those sound great.
You don't have breakfast yet?
I haven't had breakfast yet. I usually don't have breakfast in the morning. Intermittent fasting is not only helpful to for your diet, but it also helps to stave off any headaches that you might get if you are susceptible to headaches like I am. If I'm used to eating in the morning and then because I am streaming I'm not able to eat until I'm done streaming, then I usually develop a headache that I can avoid by just not being used to having food in the morning. It's easier not to eat than being used to food and then not having to eat. Your body adjusts to it rather quickly. Of course, talking about chocolate donut holes won't make anybody hungry. Anyway, Steven, thank you for your generosity. You didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across. I fear that if I buy a box of donut holes from you and by the time it will be arriving here at my home, it will no longer be edible. But they do sound great. Thank you so much for the generosity. Thanks for the super chat. I hope you will be able to sell them before you have eaten them yourself. I think that's the hard thing with donuts and donut holes. Stay off them. Eat them with moderation. All right, wide bodies. Back to back, 3 of them right now. Delta Airlines Flight 136, A330 300. And then KLM Flight 758, you can see it already. 777-300 arriving from Panama City. And after that, Delta Airlines Flight 236, which is arriving from Tampa in Florida. That's an A330 Neo. This is an A330 300. And the other one will be a Neo. Floaty, floaty, floaty. Battery touchdown, check. Wheelie, check. Reversers, question mark.
Yeah.
Check. Full bingo card landing. Woohoo! Frank says, what about an English breakfast? It would take you a full day. Well, apart from the fact that I wouldn't be able to eat the sausages and the whatchamacallit, that black pudding, I think it is, and the bacon, being a vegetarian, the beans and all the other vegetarian stuff, I would probably be able to get down relatively easily if I have a bit of an appetite. but having a full English, provided that I would eat meat, to have that in the morning, I don't see that happening for me. I don't think I'm able to get that down. Not in the morning. I think that takes some training. We do have a few more droplets right now, but looking in the south, the air does seem to be brighter over there. So what's coming this way is already brighter than what's above me. It is clearing up again. Now there's always a risk involved when pointing the camera up when it's drizzly, but this is what it looks like right now looking to the east. Looking to the south, you can see it is open, more open. So the end of the drizzle is near. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 236 arrived from Tampa in Florida. That's an A330neo. 8 hours and 18 minutes on the way, the November 433 Delta X-Ray. The airplane is a year old. First flight was in December 2024. There's also a bizjet. Sorry?
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if you remember or the viewers remember, about 5 weeks ago I was arriving with this KLM flight 758 from Panama City.
Yeah.
And I told you I'm on the right side and
Yeah.
I'm gonna wave with a light.
Yeah.
That was me.
Cool. Nice. Hey, nice to meet you, mate.
Nice to meet you. Yeah,
Awesome.
I was wondering if you remember that. Yeah.
I still remember. Did you see me when you were in the airplane?
Yeah, I did.
Because it's going so quickly.
It's going very quick. But
Yeah.
I knew this spot. I was thinking that you were going to be in this spot.
So you knew where you needed to look.
Yeah. I was looking for the small river here. And,
Yeah. Yeah, because
guy.
you're past it in a glimpse. You really need to be
exactly.
quickly.
Yeah.
Awesome, mate.
It was really cool that you were there.
Hey, yeah, it was cool that you announced it beforehand. Not everybody has access to internet in the airplane and can let us know beforehand.
Yeah.
And
I
you
could actually see the light when I looked it back. I could see the light. It was
for me, well, you can see now what small screen I'm looking on when I'm filming. So it's hard for me to see anything while filming. But usually when people say it was visible and I look it back, you can see it quite clearly. It helps when people can tell me where they are seated, if they are in the front, if they're in the back, where I need to point the camera. That helps tremendously. This is Delta Airlines Flight 236, arrived from Tampa in Florida, A330neo. And there's also a bizjet now on final 236 right. Now, whether or not that bizjet is going to land on 36 right remains to be seen, because thus far they've all broken away to 04. Is it visible already? They are now using the reversers. Nigel Wood also remembers. Yeah, I think the regular viewers will probably still remember that.
That's awesome. I'll be going back to Panama on Tuesday, 1st of September.
Cool.
KL 757.
When will you be leaving? Because or when will you be coming back? Because I won't be able to film you on Tuesdays. Tuesdays and Wednesdays
I live in Central America.
Ah, okay.
I'm here for holidays.
Oh,
I'm
you're
Dutch,
here. You're
I'm
here.
Dutch, but my wife is from Central America. Yeah.
Okay. Whoa. Yeah.
I've been here on holidays. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Tuesdays and Wednesdays are the day job days for me, so cannot film on those days. But do give me a heads up beforehand if you ever come back for your next vacation. That would be terrific.
Boy, right? Is your name?
That's my name, and on my channel page you can also find an email address. You can send me an email beforehand if you know when you'll be coming over.
Cool. Hey, good luck.
Hey, thanks. Enjoy the rest of your vacation, mate.
Yeah,
So here's the bizjet arriving from Farnborough. ASL Private Jet Services. That's a Learjet 40, Belgium registered. OOJGK. Juliet Golf Kilo.
Ik hoorde van een chatter dat jullie over mij had gepraat. Weet je het wat?
Wat zei je?
Ik hoorde van een chatter
Wat?
dat jullie het nog een keertje over mij hadden.
Oh ja, dat we jou al meteen niet meer hadden gezien.
Ja.
I was contemplating who of the regulars I haven't seen in a while, and you were one of them. Oh, another rare and rare over here with Porsches on the side. The Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft special livery. Wolfgang asks, by the way, have you ever tried your monitor on a new tripod? Well, I haven't, just simply because it makes the whole setup so bulky. It would probably be able to carry it easily with seven steps of drag. This camera is used in ENG in the Netherlands and I think in the better part of Europe as a standard. Sachtler Flowtech tripod legs are sort of the professional standard these days. So I'm pretty sure that the tripod can handle it. Though I don't know what it will do with wind. The bigger the setup, the more susceptible to wind it is. Yeah, I haven't tried it yet. I do have a monitor lying around collecting dust. That's right, 5.5 inches. That does make for easier viewing. That is true. For those of you who didn't understand the Dutch that Evelyn was saying, she was remarking that not too long ago we were discussing her in one of the streams. So I answered that I was contemplating who of the regulars we hadn't seen in a while. I don't remember. Streams are all the same to me. Oh! Is that how you're supposed to pronounce it then, Paul? Farnborough? I thought it was Farn.
Bruh.
Martin says we are far too posh for an It's more like Farnborough.
Bruh.
Anyway. Malky says, I reckon we need an AMS meetup. Well, you're more than welcome to come over, mate. You're more than welcome.
The Coast Guard die vliegt? De afstand?
Sorry?
Is dat de Coast Guard die daar boven vliegt?
Coast Guard. Where do you see something
Boven Schiphol.
above Schiphol? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's the Coast Guard that just now took off. Evelyn has good eyes, much better than I have. That is the Dash 8100 from the Coast Guard, indeed. With the audio of a 737 from KLM. That landed here in the foreground. The Dash 8 of the Coast Guard with a Canadian registration. Probably won't be able to show you in detail. Yeah, too vague. Maybe if I go to autofocus, does that help? It is manual focus set to infinity. Do I need to set it to something else than infinity? Does it make it a bit more clear? No, it doesn't make a difference. Obviously, at such a big distance, the focus needed would be infinity. Yeah, well, look at the southerly skies here. It's looking much brighter already. This is now looking to the southwest. This is looking to the west, northwest, north, northeast, east, southeast, and once again the south. Even though on ground level the wind is coming from there, more or less, the clouds are drifting in from over there. That's why we need to look to see what's coming our way. Now, over here close by, it's more open than it was before. It's also stopped raining, insofar as you could call what we had just now rain. But looking at the horizon, it does look a bit more dark. We'll have to see how things will develop. For the time being, we're continuing with the stream over here. And that is another 777 over there. Now, I didn't pay too much attention to remember if this was... Well, it seems... Oh, it's Suparna. It's going out. Yeah. Suparna is outbound. It's going to cross the runway at some point. If it hurries up, it might cross right away, since there is nothing in the vicinity of 06 yet. KLM 51004 arrival from London Heathrow is going to be the next arrival here. That's an E2 Umbrella 195, and I can hear you ask London, and I say, yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Jack says, from here in Vlissingen the sky gets blue. That's good news. Now a bit further to the east there was a shower that formed above Antwerp. That is apparently on its way. Hope that will dissipate before it's getting close here. Right, here we go. Action time once again. Lisa has to go. Prepare for work. All the best. I will see you tonight. Take care. Ita and Tarom over there in the background. That Tarom looks a bit different from its standard livery. That's I saw that before on the A320. Is that a new iteration of the standard livery? Or is that just because it was rented and is the hybrid livery of sorts? Part Tarom, part something else. Oh dear. Yeah, well, the majority seems to be passing west of us. Yeah, no, me neither. Me neither. If it's starting to get really dark, we'll bail. But Evelyn was showing me the extrapolation of the weather radar, and it does look like there is a shower coming this way if it doesn't dissipate and reduces in intensity on its way over. It does look like the majority of it will pass west of us, but still didn't look that good what she showed me. Now, weather extrapolations are always a bit of a hit and miss. Sometimes they're right, they're spot on, often they're not. I've said before, the times I've not gone streaming, for instance, because the prediction said rain was going to fall, and it turned out in afterwards that I could have gone and streamed because it stayed dry, have been numerous. So I have become a bit reluctant to rely on to attach too much value to weather app extrapolations. I see that there is another A350 coming this way. The Thai A350 is flying northeast of Amsterdam and is coming this way. We already had Vietnam this morning, so another one coming in. Ruben is celebrating 2 months of membership and he asks any cool stuff in the past 2 hours. Mate, thank you for the support. First of all, congratulations on 2 months. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your enjoyment. If anything is amiss, if you have improvements, let me know. And yeah, 3, did I say? No, 2. 2 747s have landed. A few have left. And the A340-600 has also landed here. So in the previous 2 hours, 2 747s and 1 A340 have landed. Another one is on the way, as is the A380. Now, whether or not we're going to stay here until the A380 lands remains to be seen. But the next 747 is not too far away. Have a look on Flight Radar and you can see it's already over the Gulf of Yorkshire and is expected to be here in less than 15 minutes.
Hey.
Droplets? What's that?
I see something.
You see something? You see the Thai?
Yeah.
I'm smelling it. I can smell the herbs and spices. Where's the Thai? Yeah. Look at the cloud. It's there between the clouds. Yeah. No, we'll see it soon enough. Oh shoot! Droplets on the lens. What? Come on. Come on. TUI Max 8 arriving from Ibiza, the party island. I thought the drizzly droplets had gone, but they're back. No one expects the Spanish the drizzly droplets. Right, well, pointing the camera up when it is drizzly is already a risky venture, but the lens already has a few on it, so it doesn't matter that much, does it? We'll just have to clean it in a few moments. There it is, the Thai A350. We'll be landing here on 06 soon. Cargo luck's getting pushed back. Have a look. Everything is happening all at once, as it often does. Let me see if I... This morning I said to Lisa, I mustn't forget my cleaning cloth for keeping the lens dry. And what did I leave at home? My cloth. So I have to rely on paper handkerchiefs. They're not the best, I know. If it makes the lens dry again, it will have to do. Obviously, as long as the droplets keep falling, I'm not going to clean the lens unless visibility is really diminished. Thus far, it still seems to be manageable. Green Thai curry or a red curry, asks Dennis. Well, it depends on which one is the least spicy. I've had green curries that made me tear up and almost get a headache. That was a bit too much for me. Often the reds are more spicy than the greens, but I've had it the other way around. So the one that is the most moderate. I do like spiciness. Lisa says I have usually doesn't want the spicy food that I am having. It's too spicy for her. But it mustn't melt. You shouldn't be melting away because of it. That's too much. Right. Another 747 on the move, and we are also still waiting for this one to move. You can see that the front door is still open. Nippon Cargo. Earlier this morning it had its beak open. It was as if it were at the dentist. Here we have Transavia with the latest livery. You can see this is the latest iteration. The engine cowlings are completely green with the exception of the T, and the same goes for the tail. And the Transavia name is in a bolder font. The letters are thicker, making better use of the real estate. That is the canvas of the fuselage. Jan also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Mark says, try Massaman curry. I do take that, I do order that quite regularly at my local Thai with peanuts, with potato. The vegetarian one at my Thai restaurant always serves tofu cubes with them. Very, very, very nice. One of our favorites. Lisa loves it as well. Our Thai has 3 vegetarian curries. There are a few more that they list as vegetarian, but that have fish. What's it again? Fish. Something made from fish in it. Fish oil? No, something else. Anyway. Nick says, hey AMS, this afternoon my first camera is arriving. What camera have you ordered, Nick? That's good news, mate. Are you going to be plane spotting with your new camera? Getting a new camera is always exciting. This is KLM flight 984, arrived from London City. It is an Embraer 190. Flight time 38 minutes. We have a bird controller coming this way. One of the Ranger Raptors. Is it still K3? It is. Ford Ranger. Hey Pate, what up mate? Right, we have a 747 over there. And a 777-300 arriving from Vancouver up next. Behind it, the Thai A350. Let's turn back. Have a look. There's the 777. It's crabbing a little, isn't it? Almost looks as if it is crabbing a bit more than airplanes earlier in the show did. It's stopped again with the rain. Let me quickly do a check on the lens. See to what extent there are droplets on. Well, it seems that that droplet that fell on it has evaporated spontaneously. Nothing that I could wipe away. Fin A350 Polder. Next lined up, followed by Suparna. Well, there you go. That's far away, and we have interesting stuff happening here up close. So I think I'll pass on those. Is the 747 on the move already? Looking behind me, doesn't seem to have begun moving yet. Have a look at this glide slope shot. We have a 777-300 on the right, arriving from Vancouver. And on the left we have Thai, arriving from Bangkok. A350, the third A350 of the show, I think? Or is it the second one? Pretty sure it was the third one. Cargolux is going to be landing right after the Thai A350, so what a lovely trio of wide bodies here. And the flap surfaces once again immaculately clean, as they almost always are. KLM's wide body fleet has the cleanest flaps in the game, I think. Is the 747 on the move already? I think it is. Hard to see, but looking at the tail versus the buildings in the background, I'm inclined to say it's begun moving. Now look at this Thai A350 with a Cargolux 747 turning in the background. What a combo shot this is, and Captain Jerry is back in the chat as well. I was wondering if you were here already. This is something you wouldn't want to miss. Happy to see you back, mate. Perfect timing for the glide slope shots. Thai Airways Flight 936 arrived from Bangkok in Thailand. 11 hours and 25 minutes underway. It's an A350-900, the Hotel Sierra Tango Hotel Sierra. That's not symmetrical, but it is repetitive. Yeah, Captain Jerry is also back.
Long time no see.
Long time no see indeed. Evelyn is here as ground crew, for those of you wondering. Also having made a comeback after a long absence. Hey, welcome back. This Thai A350 is 8 years old. First flight July 2018. Cargolux is moving. I think the Cargolux might cross the runway after the other Queen has landed. So we're surrounded by Queens. There's one on approach, there's one behind me. Ahoy, Captain Jerry! Cargolux! No calls, no flight number, just a call sign 86 November, arriving from Miami in Florida. 7 hours and 53 minutes on the way. The 747-400, the Lima X-Ray, Juliet, Charlie, Victor, I can hear the engines of the other 747 that is approaching behind me, and I'm looking behind me to see that it isn't crossing the runway without me looking. It will probably cross the runway after this airplane will have landed. The 747 we're filming right now is 19 years old, first flight November 2006. But yeah, with the ambient microphone directed in the direction of the main platform area, you can probably hear the engines. Hey there Clive, good morning, perfect timing, have a look. Let's look and listen, ladies and gentlemen. Cargolux 86 November, arrival from Miami. Yeah, the 747 that is outbound isn't ready yet to cross the runway. But it is getting closer by. Quite clearly audible. For me and probably for you too. Yep. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That 747 Cargolux is going to cross the runway in a moment. You guys ready for it? Let's go! Right, one queen has arrived, the other is leaving. Such is life here at Schiphol Airport. One Cargolux is coming, the other is going. In the meantime, a warm welcome to everybody who joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan, runway 06, the primary runway for inbound traffic, at least until now. The winds might change later in the day, and so too might runway use then. For the time being, everything is still the way it has been. Arrivals currently exclusively taking place here on runway 06. Although if you look on Flight Radar, you can see that there is a bizjet now on final to runway 36 right. The bizjets have been using that glide slope and then breaking away to runway 04 all throughout the morning. And I'm expecting the same will happen with the one that's now on the glide slope. With the 747s having landed, the only airplane now remaining to complete the quad squad here is the Emirates A380. Yeah, doesn't look that good, does it? Evelyn is showing me the latest radar extrapolation, and it doesn't bode that well. There does seem to be a shower right on its way to Schiphol, which is expected to arrive here around 1:10, 1:15.
Yeah, that's exactly the fun right there. That's
Yeah.
that's the complex.
Yeah.
Is it?
That's the south. That's the south.
What there? Oh no, somewhere there.
Yeah. So it's probably at the horizon already and slowly but surely coming this way. Well, we'll see. What Evelyn showed me was that there does seem to be a pretty hefty shower expected here around 1:10, 1:15 approximately. We'll have to see. Obviously, those extrapolations aren't always right, but they have been consistent in predicting a shower in the early afternoon. Hans favorites. Fueling, welling, wheeling, welding, welling. Many a nickname, or many a pronunciation, I should say, for the name of this carrier. Hans favorite with the 1 dot still in place. So how long this stream is going to continue remains to be seen. For the time being, we're just continuing as it's still dry here and nothing substantial is going to fall out of the air anytime soon. Another busiest on final. This is arriving from Olbia Lumen Air. This is a Cessna Citation XLS Plus. German registration. Delta Charlie Mike Hotel Sierra. 13 years old, hailing from 2013, the month not being mentioned on flight radar. If it's going to do a breakaway landing to 04, we're expecting the turn initiation right now, and I think that's what we're not seeing. It seems to be continuing to 236 right. Exception to the rule, thus far at least. Now looking to the southwest, the sky looks darkest actually. Looking around me, the sky looks darkest in the backdrop of the glide slope, which is southwest of us. Interestingly, there's no rain expected from that quadrant in the sky. So that's just pure coincidence. Hey, QJ is also back. Good to see you. Mr. F, good afternoon. Next up is Atmospherica Aviation. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Arriving from Salerno, and that is an Embraer Praetor 600. Now on final. Embraer Praetor 600. Atmospherica Aviation. It sounds Italian for some reason, but the registration starts with OK. Okay, so that's not Italian then. It would have been an I. Okay, is that Croatian? PRJ. Papa Romeo Juliet. Jörg has to leave. Thank you so much for joining, mate. It's been a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again in the next one. Quite a bit of distortion. I think these are all data centers and are probably emanating a lot of heat, radiating a lot of heat. A lot of heat always seems to emanate from them. That's the proper way to say it. Alright. Turning back for another wide body, Delta Airlines Flight 144, arriving from Seattle, Washington. I just realized I haven't even had a single drop of vodka today. Let me pour me a small glass and make good on that. Seriously lagging today. how have I not developed a headache yet? Usually if I drink too little, that's what happens.
Blijf je ook staan, stel het is 9, blijf je dan wel staan?
Wat zei je?
Als die regen wordt, onweersbui, weet ik veel, als het gewoon regen is, blijf je dan wel staan? Of,
Nee, ik denk het niet. Dat ziet er best wel intens uit.
zou ik niet doen.
Meestal in zo'n bui heb je ook meer wind, dus dan kun je met je paraplu niet heel veel beginnen.
Nee.
Evelyn was just asking me if when the shower turns out to only be rain and not a thunder shower, if I would stay or if I would still go. To which I replied, if it is a serious shower, I might still go, because usually the wind also picks up during a shower, and even if you have umbrellas with you, you're not going to do much to fight it. Will probably cool off relatively quickly too. Plus, if you get wet and there's wind, the wind chill is real. Now it isn't very cold yet, so I'm standing here with a t-shirt and shorts on, which is also not the best clothing for showers. We'll see. We'll see. It's not 1 o'clock yet. Right now, looking in the south. Yeah, well, this is looking to the south. At the horizon it does look a bit more dark. Over here in the foreground it is still relatively light. Darkest part of the sky right now is not in the south where the wind is blowing the clouds from. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east, and this is looking to the south. So actually south currently is the brightest part of the sky here where I'm standing. And you can see the wind on ground level is blowing from the other direction. The wind is in almost the opposite direction, blowing in the opposite, almost exactly the opposite direction higher up. So the clouds are coming this way. Here's another Transavia A321neo, and Wolfgang says 74 lined up on 09. Let's keep the shot a little wide so that we can also see the 74 taking off from 09. Frank says a mild thunder flash would get your batteries charged. Indeed it would, indeed it would. Now if only I could somehow set the intensity of the thunder strikes to very light. That would be terrific. Well, there was probably a cheater on cheater's lane, or I already missed the departure of the 7-4. Thanks for the heads up, for the tip there, Hank, who says take a double one with a disc of lemon and a cube of ice, in reference to the small glass of vodka. Thank you so much for the tip, mate. 7-4 is now rolling, says Wolfgang. Well, the camera is pointed in the right direction already, so just a matter of waiting for it to become visible and zoom in and track. Come out, wherever you are. There it is. Cargo Lux. Cargo Luxury. That's Cargo Luxury on the way. Alright. Don't see any movement on the cargo apron yet. No movement at Nippon, although that is a mildly positive sign if you ask me. Well, two signs actually. You can see it's begun to fart, and that's good news. It means that the APU is on the auxiliary power unit. That usually is indicative of its movement sometime soon. Also, of course, the door in front is now closed, so that's good news. E2 Embraer 195. With a big fat Karen cabin in the back. Karen doesn't have to go on a diet to take her place in that cabin. Tap Portugal up next. Operated by tap dancers arriving from Lisbon, A320neo. There are two signs that Nippon is going to move sometime soon. It's farting already and the doors are closed. Wat zei je? Hoe lang duurt het om af te breken? Nou, het ligt eraan, doe je het met geweld of doe je het netjes? Yeah, Evelyn asks how much the teardown of the equipment takes. I think, well, with the umbrella it takes a minute more. Probably 10-15 minutes or so. I was here a bit late because I also got spoken to by some of the military police who were wondering what I was doing walking on the road. They're probably new hires that don't know me yet. So I had to explain to them walking over and prepping for a live stream, and they said, well, be safe. But I was able to set up in 20 to 25 minutes. That usually takes a bit longer. Taking everything down is easier because it's quicker. Takes 10 to 15 minutes, I think. All right. Tap Portugal arriving with their tap dancers piloting the airplane. Yeah, you have a full utility cart in the end with all the equipment. Everybody for the time being, KLM flight 1354, arrival from Prague in the Czech Republic, will be next. Yeah, and definitely it's looking darker everywhere except the south. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the east, and the brightest sky, or at least in the vicinity, is the south. Looking at the horizon, it looks a bit more dark. Don't keep repeating it. Don't keep repeating it. You're jinxing it. Yeah, probably it's going to rain in half an hour or so from now. We'll have to see. Hey Ivo, good afternoon. Good to see ya. KLM flight 1354. That's up next. And Embraer 190 arriving from London City, BA City Flyer up next, and another bizjet is making its way to the not to the threshold. Yeah, eventually to the threshold, but first to the glide slope of 36 right. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Charlie Hotel, the Bach. Johann Sebastian Bach. All right, VistaJet is coming in. VistaJet Germany up, coming in from Genoa. An hour and 27 minutes on the way, and that's an Embraer Legacy 650 Denxa Delta Alpha November X-Ray Alpha. Ought to be out there somewhere. on the glide slope already. Those are small airplanes. I think I have it. It's hard to see with my bare eyes, but if you know where approximately you need to look, you can find it. There it is. So this is a VistaJet Embraer Legacy 650. 14 years old. First flight was somewhere in 2012, the month not mentioned explicitly. Eindspotting, what is up? It's Zikosor under his alternative moniker. Good to see you, mate. All's well on my end, hope all is well on your end too. Now, it's the calm before the storm. I wouldn't be surprised if the sun were to peek out from behind the clouds in a few moments. But then again, the southerly horizon is getting darker by the minute. Nice shower coming this way. Good for the garden, as we are used to saying over here. In the meantime, BA City Flyer Embraer 190 arriving from London City, approaching behind me. It's interesting how, at least to me, it seems like all of a sudden it also has gotten a few degrees warmer than a few moments ago. Yeah, that's what happens when the sun comes out to play. Lovely livery, very BizJet-like, understated chic. And apparently landing on 36 right. Now, believe it or not, the sun is now actually starting to come out here, and the sun is shining. Just in time for KLM flight 622 to be beautifully illuminated. A 777 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Doesn't that look pretty when the sun is illuminating it without any restrictions? Clive needs to go and needs to prep lunch. Enjoy, mate, and thanks for joining. Hopefully see you again in the next one. Yeah. What is that? A yellow orb? Giving off warmth and whatnot. Now, this is the southerly horizon, and yeah, it looks a bit dark. Then again, if you turn towards the tree and look right of the tree, you can see there are bits of blue still. So, what's going on? How's the weather radar for the past hour showing the development of the shower? Is it activating? Is it deactivating? Because up till now, everything that drifted northerly was decreasing in severity on its way north.
Yeah, it is, but I don't think it's gonna die.
It is reducing in intensity, but
There's no more red,
it's no more red.
but it's dark blue.
Dark blue. Well, dark blue is better than red. If it comes to when it relates to weather radars. Well, now I am starting to get a bit thirsty. Let me pour me another small glass of vodka with a slice of lemon. And an ice cube. Well, now coming in against a blue backdrop is EasyJet, arriving from Milan. That's an A319 flight 27806. The next triple is now number 3 for arrival, KLM flight 744, returning from Lima in Peru. Captain Jerry says that star looks 8.5 light minutes away versus light years away. I didn't even realize it is a star, but you're right. You're right. Just a mere 8.5 light minutes away. Light still moves very slow. I saw a little explainer on Instagram the other day where you could see the speed of light envisioned when it's circling the globe, and you can basically see it spin, going around, well, multiple times per second, and you think, oh my god, that's quick. Then if you see the Earth and the Moon on true scale, and you see how long it takes for light to go back and forth, it's like a ping pong ball going back and forth a second each time. Of course, with the sun being 8.5 light minutes away, and you depict the sun and the inner planets to scale, and then send a light beam from the sun on its way to Earth, and you see how incredibly slowly it seems to be moving to traverse the distance. Obviously, it has to do it in 8.5 minutes, but it moves so slow. That's already in our own solar system. Hey, I see movement. Nippon is on the move. So even though the speed of light is insanely quick, if you look at the scale of the universe, it's incredibly slow. Then again, if you are able to move at light speed, time ceases to proceed, so you'll be everywhere instantly. Ah yes, physics. Dirk asks, how's the humidity there? Well, since the temperature is still moderate over here, I'd say that the humidity isn't a relevant factor. I was a little cool before. Now it's comfortable, I would say, because there's a bit of wind, and with the sun not shining fully, it's extremely doable over here. I'd say it was a bit on the cool side before, and now with the sun shining, or at least not being behind as dense a layer of clouds anymore, it's pretty decent. Here's KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru, which of course is right next to Hey Mabuba, good to see you, mate. And Desire, is that how you pronounce it? Says aloha from Kona, Hawaii. Aloha to you too, mate, and welcome to the show. Right, Nippon Cargo will cross the runway at some point. When that will be precisely remains to be seen. There is another busiest arriving and turning final for what seems to be 36 right. Last few biz jets seem to have landed on 36 right instead of breaking away to 04. It's a flex jet arriving from Salerno as well. That's the second biz jet I think we saw today arriving from Salerno. Is there something up going on over there? Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Thank you so much for your donation as well. I received notification of it yesterday. That is so sweet. You didn't have to do that, mate. Instead of becoming a member, Gerrit occasionally donates, which he really didn't have to do. Thank you so much, Gerrit. Dank je wel. And yes, it takes 8 years to walk to the moon. On bike, it takes 3 years. That's if you cycle and walk 24/7. Well, I don't have the stamina to do that, nor the desire. I think I would probably use Elon Musk's convertible car, which is already in space conveniently. Is it still drifting around somewhere, or has it already re-entered and burned up? I'm not sure what happened to it. He sent a car with a dummy into space, a red convertible. Have you missed that?
Yeah.
That was, well, a couple of years back, I think. That did happen, didn't it? It wasn't AI generated, was it? I think it happened. It actually happened. Google it. Do your own research, as people would say these days. Right. Let's see, the Gulfstream G450. Let's pick it up for a brief moment. I am hearing the Nippon 74. Right. It's halfway to Venus, says Captain Jerry. Is that so? It happened and it's on heliocentric trajectory. So it's going for the sun then, is it? Burning up in the sun. That's one way to end your life. Quite a spectacular one at that. There was also a live stream about the Tesla in space, says Danny. There you go. Yeah, chances of it re-entering the atmosphere pretty much zero. Chance of collision with anything anytime soon. It's a Tesla. Ah, we don't care.
If it burns up, go for it.
I love Tesla. Everything's computer. Right, more 747s. This one arriving from Milan, KLM 1614. Nippon is finally on the move. Nippon Cargo. Hey Richard, goedemiddag man. Yeah, well, it looks a bit different from a few moments ago, doesn't it? Evelyn is asking, what do we think of the way the south is now looking? Well, yeah, it's definitely a bit darker. It's coming this way. I do still feel optimistic about the big patch of blue that you see to the southwest. Yeah, it does look like rain is coming this way. It definitely does, like it's inevitable. The duration and intensity, that's the interesting thing. It's already quite windy here, and it's probably not going to get less windy as the shower approaches.
2,8 millimeter.
Yeah, that doesn't say that much to me. 2.8 millimeters. Yeah. What's it looking like? Is this? Let me go back to the 1 hour minus an hour. Let's have a look at the minus an hour. It is dissipating. Yeah, you can see it's dissipating. It's almost no longer dark blue already, and it is still pretty far away. I'm cautiously going to say it's going to dissolve before it gets here. If you extrapolate its speed to the north and the speed with which it's dissolving, I'd say it's probably going to dissolve for the most part, if not entirely, before it gets here. Even though the cloudiness is already approaching, the shower itself is still pretty far away. It's moving north very slowly and dissolving relatively quickly. The sun being high up in the sky also aids in that, probably. There it is. That beautiful star. Only 8 light minutes away. It's a breeze. The 748's engines quite clearly audible here. I hope you guys are hearing it on the ambient microphone as well. It's a bit more directed to the side versus where the 74 is positioned. But you will probably be able to hear it quite well still. Let's see, Transavia with a 737 is up next, then KLM with an A330-200 and another KLM with a Dreamliner arriving from Guayaquil. Nippon is going to cross the runway, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys ready for it? For the auditory experience that goes along with it. Here we go, showtime. Come on. New. Not yet. Right, let's do that again. All right, we're ready. Nippon is holding, and that means Transavia is going to land first.
He's just really scared of Transavia.
Transavia scared the living hell out of the Nippon cargo. We already see the A330-200 arrive from Bon Air behind the Transavia. And below the Transavia we can see the Dreamliner, which is arriving from Guayaquil, which is of course a port city in Ecuador. Here still a patch of blue in the background. Transavia flight 6894 arriving from JTR. Juliet Tango Romeo. Let me click on it. That's Santorini. Makes sense. Because of the J in Santorini. Here we go. Thanks. I need a new sound effect for when Nippon is crossing the runway. If you've ever been to Japan, you'll know that whenever there is a traffic light where you as a pedestrian can cross and you press on the button to get a green light, you'll get a sound when the light gets green. If you know, you know. Cuckoo sound or something else, depending on if the crossing is west to east or north to south. I should get me those sound effects for when Nippon crosses the runway. Alright, next up, KLM flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil, which is of course in backdrop. Looks like so. Cloudiness at first and blue after that. KLM flight 755 is a 7879 Dreamliner, 11 hours and a minute on the way to Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, Golf. A 10-year-old machine already. First flight was in June 2016. Captain Jerry says here in the USA, the crossing chimes move it.
Oh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
Hey, Danny is informing us that the Cathay 747 will arrive in 25 minutes. Is that a bonus queen arriving from Paris? That is great news. Well, on paper, because it is a few minutes to 1, and we've seen it before, recently even, that airplanes arriving from the southwest were assigned to another runway than the Kaagbaan. Right now, looking at flight radar, I can already see the first airplanes arriving from the east turning in for runway 36 right. So converging arrivals are commencing. 5 minutes to 1. Makes sense. Now, interesting how the skies all of a sudden have gotten a bit darker. Once again, now you can definitely see there's a bit more cloudiness coming this way. Is it going to stay dry? That's the big question. It's starting to look a bit more cloudy, but whether or not it is going to rain, that remains to be seen. The shower that was forming above Antwerp and moves north is also decreasing in severity as it moves north. For the time being, this EasyJet A319 arriving from Celiac City, aka London Luton, is the last one for now. Might be that there is going to be a runway inspection after the landing. Don't think we've seen a runway inspection yet. So now would be a good time with the opening of 36 right to also inspect 06. It's an interesting backdrop where if I zoom out you can see initially it's the airplanes are arriving against the backdrop of clouds, and then all of a sudden things start to get a bit bluer. And if I zoom in, you'll be inclined to think, oh, it looks nice and sunny, blue sky. Of course, what you're missing is that the sun isn't shining on the airplane here, and that's because it's cloudy. It looks like we'll have to wait a few minutes before the next traffic to 06 is going to be close by. A quick look at all the tails at the cargo apron. There's still a Cargolux 747 over there. And what's... That's not the MPS, is it? No, that's something else. Between Cargolux and Qatar. I'm not sure. I thought it wasn't the MPS, but it does look a little like it, doesn't it? I'm not too sure. Of course, Qatar, the yellow is DHL. Then there's Atlas. Then there is a 73. Now I'm not sure of which one that is. And then there is a Chinese triple. Not a lot of Chinese triples. Don't think Emirates is here. No Emirates that I can see. It is Martinair? Yeah. Okay, Martinair, the MPS, the Mike Papa Sierra. KLM 914 arrived from Aberdeen. I am assuming it is coming to this runway. I'm looking around. Is there a runway inspection in progress or not? There doesn't seem to be anything in progress right now. Let's have a quick look at the website of the Dutch Met Office. I always trust them a bit more when it comes to rain and the intensity. Let's have a quick look on their website, assuming that my browser on my laptop cooperates. Is it that time again? Well, it's one of those days where the browser seems to be stuck. Let me see if I can refresh the METAR page. Does that work? Or yeah, no, that also doesn't work. Usually a sign that there's something with the Wi-Fi connection. I'm not going to tinker too much with it. Don't want to lose the connection just to show you a weather website. Well, for now, we're waiting. We're waiting for KLM 914 to turn final. It's in the vicinity of Noordwijk already. Is that's not a cargo airplane, is it? No, that's not a cargo airplane. That's a Dreamliner. That's KLM Dreamliner outbound. Nippon about to line up on 09, says Wolfgang. Thanks for the heads up, mate. That's going to be taking off after... was that Lufthansa? Right. Waiting. Gerrit says the sun is shining in Rijnsburg already. Yeah, it does look a bit more blue over there in looking in that direction. Yeah, it's a bit cloudy, but is it actually going to rain over here? That's the question. You guys are going? Yep. Okay, well, it was lovely to meet you guys again. Take care, all the best, and whenever you're in the vicinity and you have time off between working your internship, you're always welcome.
Busy days.
Yeah, well.
Starting at 7 to 4.
If you find time and have the energy, you're always welcome. And otherwise, I will undoubtedly see you again sometime after your internship. Good luck with the internship.
Thank you.
All the best, and say hi to your grandpa.
I will.
How is he doing?
He's doing pretty good. We just when I'm over at his place, we kind of just watch back some streams.
Oh yeah.
So
is he still somewhat mobile?
Not mobile enough to go plane spotting anymore.
Ah, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Well, maybe one day you can take him along and or is that still too much?
No, I think that's too much.
Too much.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Well, say hi to him and wish him all the best.
I will. Well, good luck with the rain.
Yeah, thanks. I'm looking at the weather app right now, and it's a yeah, it does say it's going to rain a little, but it looks like it's short-lived. It's not. Well, we'll see. In the meantime, having taken off from 09 is Nippon 747. Where's it going to? To Rome? No. What's the? Where's it going back to? No, it's. They usually fly to Milan? Is that it? Right. Nippon finally having taken off, and well, everybody in the chat is also saying goodbye to you guys. It is going to Milan. No rain now. Code yellow for tonight. Yeah, well, I won't be here tonight, I'll tell you that. it does look interesting. Look at the clouds. It's very the lighting is very pretty.
You can tell by the rough shape and edges that it's gonna.
Yeah, that it's active.
It's
Definitely.
stable.
Yeah. Enjoy your lunch and have a safe trip home.
Yeah.
See you again in the next one then.
Yeah.
Whenever that may be.
Give him a couple months.
I'll still be around. Take care. Hey, fijne vakantie nog. Leuk, leuk kennis gemaakt hebben. Hey man. Goeie reis terug. En als je weer deze kant op komt, laat het even weten.
Heb je vaste dagen dat je streamt?
Nou, ik heb vaste dagen waarop ik kan streamen als het allemaal als het weer toelaat. Dus
Het ziet eruit alsof het aan het dissolven is.
ja, ik dacht het ook al een beetje. Ja, het
Het
zou,
is
het zou.
echt duidelijk aan het verminderen.
Ja, precies.
Maar
Ik
jij
denk
hebt alle bescherming voor je equipment?
voldoende om een paar
Ja,
druppels
om
wel
even,
te kunnen doorstaan. Ja, nee, als de A380 zo meteen nog komt, dus dan blijf ik daar nog wel eventjes voor.
Ja, want wij gaan naar de polderbaan nu.
Ja.
Jij denkt dat die, want wij zitten echt...
Nou, op dit moment wordt er geland op Aalsmeerbaan vanuit het zuiden.
Na deze bui gaat de wind draaien naar zuid.
Ja, dat zeggen ze, hè? Ja, er wordt een beetje gok. Ja, nee, we gaan het meemaken. Ja. Ik wou dat ik je de camera kon meegeven dat je een live feed vanuit de polderbaan. Dan kunnen we spread your bets. Precies. Ja, nee, ik blijf gewoon hier. Ik kijk wel eventjes wat gaat gebeuren. Ja, als de baan hier sluit, dan is het ook game over. Maar de wind zal niet, denk ik. Ja, nou ja, we zien het wel.
Ja,
geen
de Kaagbaan zullen ze altijd wel inzetten.
Precies, maar als er niet op wordt geland, dan wordt er van opgestegen. Dan sta je hier ook niet helemaal. Dan sta je hier te dichtbij. Dan komen ze allemaal te hoog over.
Ze waren vorige week ook en toen pakte die de buitenvelder. Dus ja, het is net...
Het is runway roulette op de dagen als deze.
Dan is hij ook nog een uur vertraagd. Maar goed.
We gaan het zien. Hey, succes jongens. Fijne dag nog hè. Hoi hoi.
Enjoy the stream guys.
Take care mates. So everybody is now leaving. The guys are going to the polderbaan because after the shower, or what's going to be left of it, that is arriving here, wind is expected to change. Obviously that will probably have consequences for runway use. Question is, what will happen? What will runway use become? Are they going to land from the north? Are they going to use this runway for departures then instead? For now, it seems that they are using the converging arrivals, so runway 06 and also 36 right. That means that if the Emirates A380 is going to land, it's going to land either here or on the Aalsmeerbaan, depending on its time of arrival. I haven't checked the time of arrival for the Emirates A380. Let's see where it is. It's currently flying in Germany already and is expected in an hour from now. So that means 2:07. Provided it stays dry here or doesn't start raining too hard, That means it's going to land on the one runway that should be open after 2 o'clock. From 2 until 3:20, there's only one runway open for arrivals. And, well, it depends on the prevailing wind, obviously, what runway that will be. For now, I am still betting on Kaagbaan, unless, of course, the wind were to change drastically. Right now, the wind is slowing down a little bit. Not sure if that means it's also going to change direction soon. Looking at the proxy windsock, it does look a little like the wind has changed a little bit. Here's our next arrival. Let me have a look and see if there is a new METAR available. Yeah, I've got that issue again with my computer that the browser doesn't want to update right away. That usually is linked to the Wi-Fi connection. I'm not going to risk breaking up the Wi-Fi to turn it off and on again. Over here we have a white-nosed KLM 737. Quite clearly recently had a nose job. That was KLM flight 1920, arriving from Zurich. Turkish Dreamliner is approaching and looks to be crossing the airfield north. That usually means they're coming to the Kaagbaan. If the Turkish Dreamliner is going to be landing here, it would make for an exception to the rule, because it does look like everything arriving from the east already is going to 36 right. So I'm a bit surprised, I have to say, to see the Turkish Dreamliner flying here. But this looks to be on a trajectory to 06. Might be wrong in that. It might still go to another runway, but insofar as the status quo is looking, I can see bits of blue already in the direct south of me. So insofar as that there was a shower approaching from the south, right now it looks like it has dissolved, or if it is going to pass by me, it's going to pass just east of me. This is what I'm currently looking at, looking to the south. This is the southwest. I'm inclined to say that there isn't going to be a droplet falling here anytime soon. Now, where is that Dreamliner going to? Where was it again? There it is. Turkish Dreamliner. Or are they sending it to the Polderbaan? No, it's turning left, so it's coming south. Okido. Well, if they are sending the wide bodies over to the Kaagbaan and all the narrow bodies to Aalsmeerbaan, I'm also a happy camper. You can see the sun is illuminating the Turkish livery quite beautifully. Yeah, it's often the case with weather app extrapolations. They extrapolate the path, but they don't take into consideration whether they are intensifying or deactivating. And you could already see, if you look back on the past hour loops instead of looking at the 3 hours ahead loops, you could see that as the precipitation was approaching from the south, it was also dissolving on its way to the north. Seems we're dodging bullets here, rainy bullets. And indeed, Van Uden, 747 underway from Paris. The question is, what runway will it be assigned to once it enters Dutch airspace? If runway 36 right is open, and I think it is by now, there is a chance it's going to be sent to that runway. It has happened before, not too long ago, that we were expecting an arrival from the southwest to be going to the Kaagbaan, but it went to the wrong runway after all. With ATC, you never know entirely sure, but on paper it should be coming this way. Turkish 1957 is going to 06. That's good news. Daniel asks, have you ever seen an MD-11? I definitely have, and I think a great many of the viewers will have too. Since we are all 40 plus, if not older than that, so we still remember the time that Martin Air flew with them, KLM flew with them. Didn't Northwest also have MD-11s, or were they DC-10s, or did they have both types? I think everybody who's watching the channel, who's my age or older, will have seen MD-11s in real life, and DC-10s too. The 747 is now number 3 to arrive, the bonus queen, cargo, Cathay Pacific Cargo. No, Cathay Cargo, I think it's the formal name. Here we have another VW. This is K5 now, but you can see looking at the license plate, it still says K1. A pretty shabby way to upgrade K1 to K5 with a sticker in a different color than the rest. But there you go. So we have the H1 VW van, we have the VW pickup truck, which is now acting as K5. K2 recently upgraded to a Toyota Hilux, and the other 3 vehicles remaining are still Ford Ranger Raptors. Boss says, I flew with a Martin Air once, not sure if that was an MD-11 or DC-10. I'm not sure either which ones they had. I do remember that they also used to have 767s, and didn't they also used to have a passenger 747 Martin Air? I think they did. Pretty sure they did. Then again, I cannot stress it enough, if you've never done that before, go to YouTube and look for Schiphol 1990s. You'll find some very crap quality footage, but it is beautiful to see so many more different carriers and 747s everywhere. You couldn't look from left to right without at least seeing a few dozen. Have a look at this. 777 in the foreground, 747 in the background. What a glide slope shot it is. I'll take a sip of vodka to celebrate. Lovely to see. Now, airplanes preceding 747s or quad members in general usually don't get much love here at AMS Live. Wide bodies are the exception to the rule. This is Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla. Comes with the new ribbon tail that our members already have access to for such a long time already. Flores wonders if he should already be looking for those old pictures. Well, that's on you, mate. If you think that the Cathay Queen is boring, then by all means do that right away. There is something to be said for the 747-8 being a bit more boring with the same engines as the Dreamliner, just 4 of them. Then again, it is a bit longer, and they do use their reversers, I think, a bit more than the Dreamliners do. Bonus Queen, Cathay Cargo, flight 2014, tracked by 1,260 people. We don't have that many viewers here. What's happening? Cathay Cargo 7478 arrived from Paris, 39 minutes on the way. Let's look and listen. Bam! Oof! Of all the 747s we have seen land here today, this was the roughest landing yet. Rough but loud. If you hear squeaking, the grebe family has been here all the while. 2 baby grebes that are desperately trying to get their parents to get them more fresh fish. Feed me, 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 feed me. And the parents are sometimes growing a little tired of all the bitching and complaining that these kids are doing. At times it is non-stop. They're very persistent. You have to give them that. Yeah, I saw it too, Wolfgang. Number 2 on Flight Radar. More than 1,000 people were watching this, but we only have a fraction of those viewers here in the stream. I wonder why all these people are watching if they weren't seeing it coming in via the live stream here. Anyway. They need new Dunlop, says Jerry, and he's right. That was a pretty hard landing. Turkish Dreamliner up next. Let's have a quick look at it. Here we go. Next after this, Delta Airlines with another A330neo. More long distance headshots. We've seen quite a few of them already today. Both from arriving 747s and from leaving. Next arrival will be Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330neo, 7 hours and 40 minutes underway. The November 428 Delta X-Ray. Oh, didn't even see it. Was looking on Flight Radar, and all of a sudden the Emirates Sky Cargo passing by. I thought it would have taken a right-hand turn at the end of the runway, but apparently it went via the left-hand side, via the west. So it still had to cross the runway instead of going across the runway in the back. Coming back. Henty wonders if that's the business district of Amsterdam in the background. Good question. It is. It is, well, insofar as Amsterdam can be said to have a business district, that will definitely be it. Amsterdam has a few areas where congregations of businesses or conglomerations of businesses are where there are where businesses where there are more businesses together. You have some near Amstel Station. You have some near Sloterdijk in the northwest. But over there, it's part business. It's part residential. That's the interesting thing about it. Quite a few of these high-rises are law firms or banks. But then again, I think this tower, for instance, is residential, if I'm not mistaken. And I think this one is too. I think Martin Garrix, the DJ, even has a penthouse in one of these, in the top or at the somewhere near the top or in the top of one of these buildings. I think this is also part residential. Yeah, so it is called the Zuidas, and it is definitely traditionally it used to be just a business center, but these days there are also high-rises that are residential, or at least partially residential. The Andalusia special livery from Welling, we saw it before last week, I think. I think it was a channel premiere back then. Nice to see it again so quickly already. Keep those questions coming. If you are new to the channel, if you're new to Schiphol, if you are new to Amsterdam or to the Netherlands and you have questions, don't be shy, ask them. We're here to help. No such thing as a stupid question. We're with a great many people. Together we know a lot, and we'll happily try to answer any questions you might be having. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to introduce yourselves. It isn't mandatory to introduce yourselves, but it is always appreciated when people tell us who they are, where they're from. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. A like goes a long way to bring in more people in the future and helps this channel grow. Subscribing and sharing does too. Sharing is caring. Now, look at this. It's nearly completely blue glide slope shot right now, with crossing traffic from the left. A flock of geese by the sound of it. And now all of a sudden I feel a droplet. Where is it coming from? There's blue sky so near to me. Iceland Air Flight 500 is coming in next after this EasyJet, but unfortunately it's an A321neo. Obviously it would have been more fun if it were a 757, but at least Iceland Air still has them in their fleet and still sends them over to Amsterdam every now and then. Wasn't too long ago that we were lucky enough to see another one. Standard livery, the old standard livery with the dark blue and orange. The one that most of you, if not all of you, like better than the current livery. Converging arrivals are still in progress. What will happen after 2 remains to be seen. I got a hunch. Doesn't feel like the wind has changed so significantly yet that a runway change is going to happen already at 2, but you never know. With ATC at Schiphol, nothing is ever certain. That can be a blessing and a curse. Iceland Air Flight 500 is next, arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. A321neo. Usually the flight time is around 2 hours and 40 minutes, if I recall correctly. Today this flight has lasted 2 hours 50 to get here. So that is nominal, ballpark nominal. Green leading edge on the tail. It's uninspired is what it is. The new livery. Probably cost them a lot of money to get consultants to consult them about what their new livery should look like. Easy money for them. Jesus. Air France will be next. Flight 1740, arriving from Paris. That's a Bombardier C-Series 300. KLM with an A321neo arriving from Berlin on the converging runway. Alsmeerbaan. Yeah, and currently the south is looking like so, southwest looks like this, and southeast to east is looking like so. So it looks like we're dodging showers here, and that shower that formed in Antwerp, although it was looking initially like it was coming this way, seems to have missed me to the east, barely. Means we can happily continue to film. At least until the Emirates A380 will have landed. Regardless of the runway it will land on, we will be able to see it from here. Obviously, best view would be if it landed here on this runway. Second best view would be if it were to land on 36 right. I think all the other runways would be equally. Well, no, Polderbaan would be worst. That's the furthest away. Center runway and Buitenveldert 0927 would both qualify as roughly similar. Well, the silver lining is if traffic lands on the center runway from the north, it comes directly towards us. We aren't able to, we will not be able to see the actual touchdown because of a building being in the way, but you will still have a great front view of the glide slope. Emirates is delayed approximately 2:35. What? How can that be? It was already in Bavaria. That can't be right, can it? It was already north of Munich, albeit it was to the northeast of Munich. And that was a while back. From there, flight time should be an hour or so. Nah, that can't be right, can it? What? Is it still an hour out? No, can't be, can it? Flight radar says 38 minutes. And then it will be here. Reno says it's drizzling at the Polderbaan. Well, I do feel 1 or 2 droplets every now and then, but nothing serious. Hey, there is somebody, there's a person walking on Schiphol terrain. That's a first. Don't think I've ever seen that before. Doing a measurement of sorts. Right. Emirates en route arriving in 38 minutes. Still 209, yeah, there you go. So the question is, what runway will stay open as runway for inbound traffic from 2 o'clock onwards? That's the question. The wind does feel like it has moved a bit more to coming from the south. Now, with wind from the south, what are they going to do? So Bezoek Bas said they are going to switch to different runway use from 2 o'clock onwards, right? Or was that 1 o'clock already? Hey buddy, measuring the location of a new AMS live film location. That would be something, wouldn't it? Well, if you have a camera with a very long zoom, long focal length, on my way over here, I always pass by a garage. I think it belongs to a logistics company that is not too far away from here, but still pretty far away. It also has 5 or 6 stories, just like P3 has. I am curious what it would look like from over there. What you would need is a higher up location, ideally. Obviously, if it were possible to stream from the rooftops of those buildings over there, that would be terrific. You'd have the overview. You'd also have from P3. You'd stand away from the runway far enough for both inbound and outbound traffic to film easily. Yeah, well, as if that's ever going to happen. So yeah, the question, I think that the most important question we need an answer to right now is, what will runway use be like after 2 o'clock? I definitely can sense that the wind has changed a little. Initially it was coming from there, now it feels like it's coming from over there, and that is the south, ladies and gentlemen. So usually when the wind is blowing from the south, what happens is that they are going to use this runway for departures, and the Aalsmeerbaan too. They will basically use it exactly in the opposite direction of what they've been doing thus far. So it will be very interesting to monitor traffic arriving into Dutch airspace, let's say in 10 minutes from now, because those will land after 2 o'clock, and that will give us a clue about what runway use will be after 2 o'clock. There's a training vehicle coming this way. And there is an ANE 45 CZ coming my way. I wonder what that is. Ah. Well, it's an airplane type that doesn't have any details on flight radar, but it is Iberia, and I suspect it is a CRJ 1000 arriving from Madrid. Yeah, that's a CRJ. I think a CRJ 1000, all right. Iberia arriving from Madrid. Have a look. And the sun is abundantly shining here now. It's warming up nicely too. Yeah, now I'm happy that I have shorts and a t-shirt on. Didn't go for a long sleeved anything. Gerrit has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Gerrit. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you again in the next one. It's 1:37 and the Emirates A380 is expected in half an hour or so from now. Where it is going to be landing on is the main question now. Winds are changing, and at 2 o'clock runway use will also change. That's a good moment for ATC to switch up the runway use. So currently looking in the direction of the east, we still have some cloudiness. It is not as dark anymore as it was before. Now looking to the south, this is what things look like absolutely lovely. Looking back, this is the north and this is the west. Might be going to the beach later after I'm done streaming with the weather looking the way it is right now. Wow, absolutely lovely. Air France, omelette du fromage, oui oui, vin rouge. But flying for KLM? It's a KLM flight. KLM has several carriers where they get their Embraer 190s from. German Airways, of course. Air France, up. Next after this, we are going to get Air Transat arriving from Toronto. That's an A321neo, flight 376. That's a pigeon. Flying about. Air Transat flight 376, arriving from Toronto. Charlie Golf, Oscar India Mike, 5 years old, first flight October 2020. 7 hours and 37 minutes on the way, but it's not a 737, it's a MAX. No, not a MAX, A321neo. Where did I get the idea it was a MAX? It's not a MAX. There should be an Embraer 175 arriving from Cork behind it. Oh yeah, there it is. Barely visible, but visible still. Let's see, what's next after that? Vueling, KLM. It's everybody's rush hour for the time being. That is always the case when we're waiting for the Emirates A380, unless it is really early or really late, but it's usually narrow bodies o'clock in the hour leading up to the Emirates A380 arrival. There is a Kuwait A330 flying base for 36 rides. Kuwait Airways flight 127 arriving from Kuwait City. Once that gets closer by, I'll obviously turn the camera to it, so that we can switch things up a little. I'm also going to reposition my solar umbrella that I received from Liwe and his wife just a tad, so that it keeps my laptop tent just a bit more shielded from the sunshine. Don't want it to get too warm. I came out here today with a full battery, and I don't intend to have the stream. Where art thou? There, oh there. Bit hard to see, but you can see it nonetheless. It looks like KLM flight 792 is also going to 36 right. Well, let's see. Did anybody check where the Qatar triple is going to? It's now 1:43, so that is going to be arriving here around 2ish, probably. Three airplanes that have arrived in Dutch airspace from the east recently. KLM 1754 from Hamburg, 1304 from Gdansk, and the Qatar triple from Doha. Is either of the three already assigned to another runway than 36 right? Peter Pickard says that the 380 is assigned to 06. Hey Rob, good afternoon. Qatar is going to the Aalsmeerbaan. Peter Pickard already says that the A380 is going to 06. I hope you're right, mate. Right, that was the Kuwait Airways A330neo. Mac is back. What up, mate? All's well on my end. Hope all is well on your end too. A380 is over Dortmund. Not assigned yet, says Maria. I already thought so much. Peter Pickard seems to be confident about where the A380 is going to go to. What's your source, mate? Where did you get the information from? Those three airplanes that are already in Dutch airspace are all assigned to 36 right, I am assuming, including KLM 1754, which is still furthest away. There's there are no new airplanes in between the airplanes currently in Dutch airspace already and the Emirates A380. So we cannot guesstimate from airplanes preceding the A380 where it is going to go to. Now obviously Peter is going to be right, assuming that after 2 o'clock only one runway for inbound traffic is going to stay open and that one runway is going to be runway 06. But whether or not they are going to switch the runways yet, I don't know for sure yet. Did anybody check where outbound traffic on CDM in the upcoming hour is going to take off from? Because when we know what the departing runways are going to be, we can also relatively safely estimate what runways are going to stay open for EK147 assigned 06 according to EH to CDM. Does CDM also assign runways for inbound traffic? That's interesting. I didn't know that CDM was also giving runway assignments for inbound traffic. Is that a new function of the website? Awesome if it is. That gives us more certainty beforehand. I'll definitely drink to that. Danny says after Swiss everything is going to 36 right. Probably a runway inspection. I think you may be right, mate. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Food, 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 food. Eat, 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 eat. And Rainer says, looks I picked the wrong runway with the Polderbaan. Yeah. If it turns out to be true that the A380 is going to 06. So apparently you can also look at runway assignments in CDM. If that's right, then that will be the best go-to from now on. K3, chap waving. All right. Let's have a look. Converging arrival still taking place. It's 1:48 and that means that 2 runways for inbound traffic will stay open for another 12 or so minutes. After that, 1 runway is going to close and 1 runway is going to stay open. It might well be another runway, but for now it looks like 06 will stay open. That's the only runway for inbound traffic after 2. That means by default that the Emirates A380 will have to go to 06. So apparently CDM also works for runway assignments for inbound traffic. I didn't know that. Good to know. That is a very helpful tool. Oh, that's the focus dance that you get when you go to autofocus and don't go back to manual focus and set your focus firmly to infinity. If the camera is unsure what the subject is, it's going to look for something and focus up and down. Parent grebe and 2 baby grebelings are here swimming in the canal. Transavia flight 6116 arriving from Malaga, A321neo and Air France with another Bombardier C-Series 300. Right after this. This is Transavia with the newest livery. Bold font and green cowlings and green tail. Squeak, squeak, squeak. We want food, we want food, we want food. One of the 2 already going ahead. The Sentinel Greebling. The canary in the coal mine. Well, have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We dodged a rainy bullet and we came through with sunshine in return. Hey! Pushback, Cargolux in progress in the background. Right, now all the sources align and everything is pointing to the A380 coming this way. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, second 747 in pushback. What a shame we only have so few viewers left. It's a shame, and you'll see that when the A380 is going to be arriving, more than 1,000 people are going to follow it on Flightradar. Only a fraction of them are also able to see it live via this stream. If you guys want to help bring in those people that are watching the airplanes we are also filming on Flightradar but aren't in the chat yet, make sure to leave a like if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, and make sure to share the channel with somebody else if you haven't already. Now, could have gone for the other default thumbnail that I often use here, the double queen shot, because look at what we have over here. Absolutely lovely. Apparently the KLM A350 is alive on Flightradar in Toulouse. Maybe the first flight today. That would be cool, wouldn't it? For the time being, last airplane for the moment, and after that, probably a runway inspection, as Danny, I think, correctly speculated. Swiss with the Bombardier C-Series 300 coming in next, 8:20, flight 728 arriving from Zurich. Here it is. Squeak, 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 squeak. Feed me, 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 feed me. Look, 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 look. Before I was able to find the greebling with my camera and focus on it, it had already devoured the little fish. Right, we're waiting for the Emirates A380. The Emirates A380 is in Dutch airspace already and is still making its way over to the west. West-northwest actually. Flying towards Lelystad. And for the time being, traffic is going to 36 right. That usually means that they are going to do a runway inspection of what will become the primary runway after the runway inspection and the secondary runway are going to close. I'm already looking to see if I can find the yellow vehicle that normally performs the runway inspection, and I'm not seeing it yet. That doesn't mean they're not going to go ahead with a runway inspection in a moment, but it's not happening yet. 2 747s are going to go out. I am assuming they are going to either center or the Polderbaan. It will probably be the... What runway are they going to... What runways are they going to use? If they keep this one open, do they use 09 and 36 left again like they did this morning, or are they going to switch it up? A whole slew of airplanes is now on approach to runway 36 right. The next airplane arriving here will be SAS with an A320 that's already behind the buildings I can see. Just saw a glimpse of it. KLM flight 1512 arriving from Barcelona will be next after that. That's a 737-900. Lufti A319 arriving from Frankfurt is now third if you include the SAS. EasyJet after that. Qatar after that. Qatar 777 arriving from Doha. Emirates is still flying west-northwest on its way to Lelystad. Atlas has begun to move. One of the 2 747s that were pushed back more or less simultaneously. Then he says that 36 left and 09, according to LVNL, are going to be used for departure, so they aren't going to change anything yet. Which, with the estimated time of arrival of the Emirates A380, is our lucky break. Had it arrived before 2, then obviously it would have gone to 36 right. Now we can see that there is a vehicle on the runway doing an inspection. And this is K4, which is also still a Ford Ranger Raptor. K2 has changed. They got rid of one of the Raptors and got a Toyota Hilux instead. The latest addition to the bird control fleet, if you will. So Emirates A380 will be landing here on this runway and 2 747s are leaving. That means cue the music. Now, that's something you don't get to see very often. We've seen it before with triples, 2 triples, crossing simultaneously, 2 747s. Don't think we've seen that before, or at least we haven't in a while. It does look like Cargolux is going in a different direction than Atlas. That's interesting. I'm assuming they both are headed for the Polderbaan right now. Or is one... Oh, yeah, no, one is going for the Polderbaan, the other is going for 09 Pro... No, there you go. It's going to the left after all. Indeed, 2 grannies on their way to takeoff. Pate has to go back to work. See you later, Pate. Thanks for joining, and see you in the next one, hopefully. Two 747s on the way. Right, well, after all the threats of rain and misery, things have cleared up substantially, and there are still cirrus clouds here in the sky and some lower clouds too, but overall things look good. Now, that's not going to mean it's going to stay like this, because in fact, as of tonight, and I think for the remainder of the upcoming days, including the weekend, it's going to get thunder showery, with warnings for thunder showers and gusts of wind tonight, and also tomorrow. I think tomorrow later in the day, so I'm very optimistic that tomorrow morning I might still do a stream without the threat of getting electrocuted by Mother Nature. Saturday, I already have other plans, so will not be able to do a stream on Saturday, regardless of the weather. I do hope that Sunday we'll have another opportunity to go out, so that at least this weekend I'll be able to do 3 streams for you guys. Wolfgang asks if 2 747 are 14814. That's a good question. I think it's a complex airplane type to call it that. 747. That's way easier to say. Airplane overhead without a contrail yet. That's probably Hainan. Yep. Looks an awful lot like Suparna. It's in fact more or less the same company, isn't it? Hainan, which took off from Brussels. They don't visit Schiphol. We do have Suparna, but not Hainan. I'm pretty sure it's the other way around for Brussels. This is a passenger flight, a Dreamliner going to China. And apparently, despite its already near cruising altitude from what I can see over here, it's still not at an altitude it produces a contrail. The Emirates A380 is in the vicinity of Almere, and that means it ought to be somewhere over there. I wonder if they are going to assign it to a northerly approach. I think it might be. I think they might. Which means we will also get an opportunity to see the A380 pass by to the right, to the left I should say. Which is good because that means that the sun will be illuminating it from behind. Should give us 2 opportunities to see it in good lighting. Now, yeah, the course of the A380 is already more westerly, so it's going to approach via the north. Vessel says that the Hainan Dreamliner was already at 30,000 feet, so there you go. Interesting that it wasn't producing a contrail whatsoever at that altitude, but Emirates is already number 9 on Flight Radar, tracked by, now number 10, tracked by 673 people. Yeah, we only have a fraction of that. Such a shame. Such a shame. So more people are watching the A380 on Flight Radar now than are watching the stream. You guys can help to bring them in by liking the stream if you haven't already. Such a shame that people are looking at an airplane on Flight Radar while not looking at the stream that is going to be filming it in a few moments from now. Now, it ought to become visible pretty soon if I know where I need to point the camera. I'm not sure if the cloud that we see over there is in the way. I think it might be. No, it isn't. I've got a visual on the A380. There it is. Here we go. Coming at us at, what is it, 7,000 feet probably? It's usually 7,000. Yeah. Flying level at 7,000 feet. 7 hours and 13 minutes on the way. So it has incurred some delay on the way. Or has it? No. I think it's probably pretty nominal in its flight duration. With the geopolitical situation in the Middle East, Emirates A380s are flying a different route than they used to before. 10-year-old machine, first flight January 2016. This is the Alpha 6 Echo Oscar Zulu. Lovely backdrop. Coming this way, the Emirates A380. As you guys can see, the sun is shining on the livery beautifully. Is this the one with a ribbon tail? Nah, it's still the old tail. Our members already have access to the ribbon tail for a while now. It's probably going to take a while before the entire fleet is updated with the new livery, with the ribbon tail. What a nice bonus treat, eh? I wasn't expecting to see the Emirates. I already thought I didn't even expect to be here still. Thought we were going to have to end the stream prematurely due to rain, but as it turned out, no issues whatsoever with rain. Well, at least nothing substantial. And now the sun is fully out. And Emirates A380 is coming to 06. Henty asks, do you prefer the old livery or the ribbon tail? I think the ribbon tail looks a bit more sophisticated. It's a subtle change, just like how the Transavia upgrade is. But that too, I think, looks better than the smaller font and the whiter engine cowlings and the tail. And so too do I think that the ribbon tail looks a bit more sophisticated than this does. Hey, and another airplane flying overhead. This one is producing a contrail. It's just a twin jet, but it is nice that we are able to do some contrail spotting as well, which is also something I didn't expect we were going to be able to do in today's show. Quite clearly, a Lufthansa new livery. And there's the A380 on its way still. All right. Atlas rolling. 09, there it is. In the meantime, also KLM 604 arriving from LAX 78710. Keep hearing airplanes above me, but not seeing them. Oh wait, that's the Lufthansa I was hearing. Check. Right, and Cargolux also now lined up on 09, so the second 747 to be taking off is already lined up. Let's keep the camera pointed in that direction then and have a look at it as well. Cargolux is rolling. I'll tell you, it's starting to get really warm all of a sudden, with the sun now abundantly shining and the wind not as strong as it was before. Definitely things are heating up. And there is your Cargolux. G90 is being started. I think the Chinese triple has been pushed back just now. Oh yeah, big difference. Starting to get really warm and humid here all of a sudden. Cargolux turning away and on its way out. Shorts and t-shirt definitely paid off. It was a bit chilly for the better part of the stream, but for right now, it's the right choice. Definitely it is. Let's see, KLM 1466 arrived from Marseille in France. Emirates A380 is flying base and is flying towards Leiden, the city of Leiden. Second G90 being started. There's the grumpy Chinese triple. Definitely doesn't want to go back to China, but it has no choice. And indeed, boss, full quad squad. How long ago has that been? Absolutely a long time. Thank you so much for your contribution. The North One, who says incredible shots, can't wait to see the A380 land. Thank you so much for your super chat, mate. You didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across. But thank you so much. I'm also looking forward. Let's turn the camera. It's approaching and we ought to be able to see it already. On paper. Let's see. This isn't it yet. This is Ryanair. Now where's that A380? Can't be too far out now, can it? Maybe it is below the buildings and the trees. It's still a bit further away. Got it inside. There it is. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai, now on final. Number 6 on flight radar tracked by 1,263 people. And we are not even above 600. Such a shame. That's more than 600 people who are tracking this airplane who aren't tuned into the stream, missing out on the footage that they could have if only they knew this channel existed. Now, will it get into the top 5 or into the top 3? We'll have to see. Emirates A380, 7 hours and 22 minutes underway. The gear is out now. It's this Alpha 6 Echo Oscar Zulu, 10 years old, first flight January 2016. Going a bit overboard with digital zoom to make it a bit bigger, also a bit more pixelated. With the wind having turned more to the south, it's crosswind for the airplanes arriving here from the right. which is why you can see that the airplane is leaning in against the wind in our direction, as it were. It's looking a bit more to us than it otherwise would have been if there were no crosswind. With those flaps being extended and those wings so wide, I always think of it, it looks a bit like somebody who has a wingsuit on. Now I can also hear the GE90s getting closer by. That triple is getting closer by. It's not going to cross the runway yet. The A380 is going to land first, but it might cross afterwards. Let's have a look and listen. The Emirates A380. Now number 4 on flight radar, tracked by 1180 people. Let's get loud. Right, let's listen for the reversers. There we go. Check. The reversers are still spooling. Right. In the meantime, a 777 has lined up here and is waiting for a green light from ATC to cross the runway. The Emirates A380 is clearing the runway. I think the triple is going to have to wait until the A321neo, that is next, has landed. Pilot just got a text, says Flores. He is rejected for any Ryanair jobs in the future. Yeah. That landing was too gentle. China Southern Cargo. Going to China, undoubtedly will take off from Polderbaan. Egypt Air Flight 757 arriving from Cairo, next to land. After that, the triple is going to cross the runway, almost certainly. And after that, I am going to wrap up for today. Parallel departure from 09, as it were. Not exactly parallel, but simultaneous. Best way to conclude the show is, of course, with the Wii song. Wouldn't want you to go about the rest of your day without it. Awesome. Well, on that bombshell, it is time to end. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a great time. It was great to be reunited with Evelyn again for first time in a long time. Thank you, Evelyn, if you're still watching, for joining me here today. Also, a massive big thanks to you guys at home for joining me here today. I hope you guys had great fun watching. I certainly had while streaming. We dodged bullets, rainy bullets here today. I hope we'll also be able to do the same tomorrow and maybe on Sunday too. Hope to see you in the next one. For now, I'm going to say a big thanks for all the support, for all the gifted memberships, etc. Also a massive big thanks to the mods for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Hope to see you in good health in the next one. For now, I'm going to say peace out and see you soon. Take care.